Uh, Hey everybody, welcome to the Organics Takeover on the Fucking Talking Shit with Eagle channel. So this week's guest is Scott Skamnes. I've totally slaughtered that, man. I'm sorry.
It's not a real name, so it doesn't matter how you say it. It was just some shit that was handed out at Ellis Island, so I don't take it super personal.
All right, cool. So
Yeah,
yeah, man. So I'm excited for Scott to be on, and for anybody listening that doesn't know, Scott is a soil food web consultant, right, Scott? That's how you guys title it.
yeah, you can say that. Yeah, Mhm. Yeah.
Yep.
My wife and I work with farms of all sizes, from the smallest of the small to the largest of the large, and we provide a variety of analysis. But I think what we're most known for is the biological analysis that's taught by Dr. Lane Ingham. Oops.
Sorry, I was bringing up the chat there, but
Yeah.
yeah, no, it's a very interesting field, and I've kind of, I guess I mean, like everybody probably listening, we've watched a lot of Dr. Lane's talks and different things, and I've heard you talk, Scott, and you've always kind of caught my attention as somebody that definitely has some information that's maybe not as commonly known or commonly seen, and a lot of what you've said is really kind of shown to me being true in what I've seen in my garden as well. So I appreciate the info you do put out. And I was kind of thinking maybe an easy start might be to just kind of briefly cover, like, I mean, when we always think of a soil food web in common terms, I guess in a lot of discussions, the thought is, hey, I got these bugs in a jug and I added this to my pot and I got a living soil. I got a soil food web that's fully functioning. And there's times I've heard you talk and it's kind of in a different term as far as like, no, there's a lot of levels to that and there's a lot more in depth to it. And that's kind of where I was looking to get a little bit of your input on is like ways we can improve that or increase that kind of biology.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and thanks for the kind words. I really appreciate being asked to come on your show. You guys are pretty new, but you've put out some great content. We've had some phenomenal interviews, and you and Eagle both have a really good job of just letting really natural conversation happen. I think you guys are going to get some traction and really take off here pretty quick. So I'm just grateful to be in on the ground floor.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but yeah, um, kind of the obstacle of soil food web is just the extreme complexity of it. Um, it is such a dynamic and complicated system. How do we distill that down into a 1 hour podcast or a 20-minute conversation or 150 characters on Instagram? And that, I think, is really the main obstacle to people having the success that they want to have. And I think one of the major obstacles of you know the grower on the other side is how do they make sense of it all, and how do they apply principles that are actually successful? How do they apply principles that are living? One of my biggest objections to the community at large is how general people are. And Dr. Lane or scientific types like even Matthew Gates, who goes by Sin Chingle. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but you all know him, the bug guy, Matt.
Yep.
Um, he's very specific in his wording. And sometimes there's a big gap between the growers and those words. But the reason he's using those specific words is because specificity is extremely important, because it allows us to be very specific, right? And so, I come from a sports background. So if you think of it as sports, and we say living soil is a sport activity that requires a ball. Well, if we don't define what the ball is for that game, what are we going to provide? We just say ball. And it's like if you were a basketball player and you had a game, and the equipment manager gives you balls and he happens to give you footballs, how's that basketball game going to go? And so in sports, it's important that we define a basketball as a basketball, a football as a football, a softball as a softball, because they have very specific characteristics that make them appropriate for certain situations. And so, I've tried to be kind of the bridge gap. You know, my wife calls me, you know, the Soul Food Web jive speaker. And so I've had to kind of be, you know, I've made it like my personal goal to be halfway between Dr. Elaine and the average grower. And so, you know, somebody like Matthew Gates might sometimes object to how general I am, and I agree with him. But there's a reason. We have to generalize to a certain degree, but then we need to be respectful to the actual soul food web. And you know, it's a very complex topic, and so it gets hard to talk about. But you know, in our experience working with farmers, a lot of farmers have obstacles because the influencers and the authorities in the industry just kind of mash up words and just kind of say shit. And you know, my whole I mean, it's the real. No disrespect. That's the real. That's the real. And I don't fault anybody for that, but I come from a different breed of cannabis growers that required you know, extreme accountability. And you know, microbiology or Dr. Lane's techniques bring about a tremendous amount of accountability to the cultivation space. And so I've kind of made it my personal goal to, like I said, bridge the gap between Dr. Lane and the average grower while moving the community towards what Dr. Lane is actually talking about. And you know, what is a healthy fungi? What does a living soil look like? And you know, kind of my offering to the people listening or the people in the community is, you know, we need to start holding our authorities accountable. And if you're going to say living soil, you know, we need to know by what measure. Are you just saying things? Are you just saying bacteria? Are you saying fungi? Are you saying a living soil? Or are you using some sort of method to actually quantify these things? And you know, that's really the radical change that we're trying to bring about and impart, is the math behind the reasoning, the strategies that are actually successful for living soil, the techniques that will be hospitable to a healthy living soil and actually be living soil by definition. You know, and so you know, we need to be very careful about how we talk about these things. And my kind of proposition is, if we're going to say living soil, you know, by what measure? What measure is it living? And is what's living good? Is what's living good for healthy plant growth? You know, or is there even anything in there? You know,
Yeah,
that's,
no.
that's my idea.
And that's, you know, those are a lot of the questions like I have, just somebody that's you know, hobbyist, I guess, level, listening in on some of these discussions from, you know, people that study it and look under the microscope. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, a life cycle of biology can happen in 7 minutes. So, you know, like I started realizing, well, man, you know, these bugs in a jug I pour in there, they could maybe last by the time I left to go home, you know, like they could already be done and gone with. So that's, yeah, that's why I appreciate you actually, as somebody that's been behind the microscope looking at these things, can kind of give us some perspective. So some people don't really know like how you guys quantify things, and I know you do some microscope work. I mean, what kind of things are you kind of looking for in that?
Well, what I learned was Dr. Lane Ingham's method for using a light microscope to analyze soil organisms. So you use the microscope we're all familiar with seeing, you know, that's called a compound light microscope, versus like a stereo microscope, which is something you would look at bugs with on a leaf surface. So when we're looking at soil biology, we're using a microscope that looks through a cover slip versus looking on top of a leaf. So it's using any type of compound light microscope to prepare a slide and then to count the soil food web organisms. Um, you know, what gets really difficult is the sheer volume of things under the cover slip. Like, you know, even with the genome project, you know, the scientists of the scientists say we know maybe 20% of the species of bacteria. Like, they've been able to define that much. And so, you know, what we need to be mindful of is where we're at in our understanding of the entire biological system, and then how do we distill that down into actionable advice. And you know, the method that I learned from Dr. Elaine Ingham comes from a tremendous amount of work history in the lab, in the field, working with farmers. And essentially what she had to do was she had to take the methods that they were using in the laboratory, which are appropriate for certain contexts and situations and goals, and they had to turn that into a technique that could be done on a $300 microscope, or $200 microscope, right? And for that goal, Dr. Lane, what she has put together is absolutely brilliant. A lot of people like to disagree. I think it's important that when you're disagreeing with her on the subject of biology, there's things that I do disagree with her on in regards to mineral balance and talks like that. When you're talking about performing the method of analyzing soil biology to turn that into a biomass number that means something that you can build your process on, there's nothing matched in agriculture. And there's, mineral analysis is great. We do mineral analysis and we do react to it, but none of the techniques of measuring the agricultural process compares to the amount of information that you can learn from doing the microscope analysis that Dr. Lane teaches. And my wife and I pretty much built our public name on that. Like I was involved in cannabis well before anybody knew me outside of my circle. But when we offered our services to the market, it was as microscope analysts of the commercial cultivation process. And we spent the entire, I don't know, first 2.5 years only doing that service. And so we didn't make any mineral recommendations. We didn't do anything but analyze, small and large facilities with Dr. Lane's microscope methods. What we learned from that was absolutely mind-blowing. And the amount of square footage that we covered is absolutely mind-blowing. We've worked with some of the largest regulated cannabis farms on the planet. Not the biggest of the biggest, but we've definitely had a couple top tens on the whole planet, which I think is pretty rad. And we've got a couple international projects, Canada, Colombia, Macedonia, and coming online down in South America pretty quick there. So learning how to do that skill has taken me so far beyond what I originally had as a goal, and I can't be more thankful for Dr. Lane and what she's put together, and I can't speak highly enough of her. Like I said, I do have some disagreements from some of the things that she says, but that's with all humans. But as far as analyzing the organic process, nothing compares to the microscope methods. And a lot of times people get upset when I say that because, a lot of people in the organic, it's, small farmers, it's the natural farmers, it's the low budget farmers, people trying to be ecologically conscious, people trying to be one with the land. And I'm not saying that there's a separation in those two concepts of what I do with a microscope and those types of agriculture. I think it enhances it. And I don't necessarily believe that everybody needs to do it. That's also where the conversation goes. People get defensive, and they say, well, I don't have to do a microscope. And it's like, that's true. You don't have to, but you should at least tap in to the tremendous amount of work that Soil Food Web consultants have done and what that tells us about the cultivation process. You should at least tap into that. Because, the data that we've collected is literally changing everything about what we do in the living soil sector. Literally everything from the containers to the processes to the approaches.
Just based on what you're seeing under the microscope. And
absolutely.
So as a compass for what you're making changes, it's all to benefit the biology and make that more thriving. Is that kind of the idea?
Well, the concept from my perspective is, a plant is a compilation of biological cells. So it's a biological animal or organism or whatever. Yep. And so it's a biological entity, then we can look at the most sensitive biological communities, which are the soil organisms. And if we behave in a way that only supports and increases the soil biology, almost always it's only a dramatic improvement above what the plant was already doing. And so we can tailor watering volumes, we can tailor feed strengths, feed volumes, environmental concerns. You can, you can really dial it into every aspect of the cultivation space based on how those organisms are reacting to the world that they live
That's
in.
amazing.
And yeah, and it's mind blowing. The process is so remarkably revealing because you're talking about, bacteria have a life cycle of like 20 minutes. So every 20 minutes, they're reproducing, and those are generation, generation, generation. The protozoa, which would be the predators of the bacteria, they're like 6 to 8 hours, something like that, 4 to 6. I got the wife over there fact checking me in case I say some shit that's wrong. But um, sometimes I get a little stoned and wobble. You gotta hold it. Like I
That's
said, it's all about accountability. It's all about accountability. But so nonetheless, the fungi is like 12 hours. So everything that's in your root zone is reproducing at least twice a day. And so 3 days after anything happens, you can see a completely new landscape. So if you overwatered on a Monday, you'll be able to see very clearly with the microscope the effects of that overwatering on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. On the other side, if you make a positive inoculation, so if you take good biologically complete compost, you make an extract, you inoculate the root zone, we've seen radical change before we left the facility, 3 to 5 days later.
wow.
And that's anywhere you pull a sample in the soil volume or the facility.
So
And
you're doing a sample, then making an adjustment or adding the biology, and then doing another sample kind of thing, and seeing.
exactly. I come from a NASCAR family. I got two cousins that are crew chiefs. One of them just got second in the Winston Cup Series. It's not even Winston anymore, whatever it is. But his team got second in the entire thing, working for Brad Keselowski. So, that's what I was raised in. We raced everything that you could imagine: dirt bikes, go karts, cars to the store, and we were always constantly measuring, making adjustments, remeasuring, and then improving. Because it doesn't matter if you're first place. Our goal was to continue to improve lap times. So, as a very small child, I was I was really conditioned to analyze what I'm doing, see what the output is, and make adjustments, and then see what that progress is. Like, did it get better, get it worse? And that's really anything. Not that I'm any sort of perfect person, but that type of self-analysis of what you're doing and what your process is doing and how your behavior in the cultivation space is affecting the outcome is very important from my standpoint. And then to bring it back full circle, the ultimate goal is some blend between Masanobu and Dr. Elaine. We've gotten so misguided by the people that sell us stuff, our own intuition is off. And so I feel that the microscope analysis helps us recalibrate the intuition of farmers towards what is truly healthy. And then again, we're trying to back out of it, right? Because we need to be involved to a certain degree because we're doing an artificial process. So we do need to be involved there. But ultimately, nothing that you or I do is going to come anywhere near what 300 million years of evolution can do for your plant. And that's the thing that hasn't really settled in the mind of the general cultivator consumer is, you know, what is it that we think we're doing? How does that affect these soil communities? And how much does that vary from what the plant evolved with as a support system? And how do we reconnect those in the way that the plant is looking for? And how do we behave in the cultivation space that doesn't antagonize those communities? Because
Yeah.
literally everything you do affects those communities. Temperature, humidity, CO2, water volumes, feeds, everything.
Whatever top dress you added, certain different things. I've heard you say that before, that everything kind of adjusts that community, and hearing that, it kind of makes me think, well, man, like I had been thinking more about what I was going to add and why and how it might adjust that ever since then, because it's like we don't often unlearned people don't often realize that, yeah, if you're adding this on the top, it's going to increase a certain biology that's going to be eating that if it's food for it, and that's where
Or,
the
or it's replicating what's below there, and they all die.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No,
Yeah.
um and that's kind of where like the whole nutrient cycling thing is where I'm still trying to get my head around too, is like the availability and being able to trust the system. Like I know, like I went through this when I built my soil, and I know a lot of listeners build like super soils and they'll adjust all these inputs and they cook it and we do these things. We don't know why, we just gave the recipe, right? And it's like it works and it works well, but it's kind of trying to be able to fine tune when you do run into problems on some of them things. And it's yeah, it's interesting when I hear you talk about inoculation and how that can dramatically affect a plant. But
Well,
yeah,
and what are you inoculating with? That's the key. Is what ball did you bring to your basketball game? Is it a golf ball? Is it none? There's no balls in the bottle. You know what I mean? Like, how do
yeah,
we know? And so many biological inoculant products are sold in a clear bottle. It's like, how do you like? This is how lacking the entire industry is in any real level of accountability. Is that look at how go to the hydro store and look at how many inoculant products that have bacteria in them that are in a clear bottle. If these organisms are light sensitive, just like you started the show with, it's like, did they even make it home from the store? And it's like, if they're in a clear bottle, first of all, did they even put it in there? Then it's in a clear bottle. How long did it stay in the sun or in the UV of the lights? And what's always kind of boggled my mind is if the people that made a product put it in a clear bottle, they're clearly not doing quality control after and before they would see that there's a problem. And so the entire industry is just kind of a shit show, to be clear. And so why it's so confusing to the grower is we're doing what we're told by the influencers and the people out there that are able to speak to us. um, and then it's a varying degree of what they said helpful, is what they said correct from a biological standpoint. And then if it's about a product, did the product that you received from your location, is it still viable? And then there's the massive complication of then how we behave in the space with the advice we're given and the products we're given, or the products that are available to us. Because I can tell you, when you take the compost that we spent 4 years developing the process to achieve what Dr. Lane defines as biologically complete, it took 3 to 4 years to refine that process to produce that product. And I can tell you, when you use the compost that we make, or somebody else that is actually making biologically complete compost, the results are mind blowing. Like, to people that have been thinking they're doing soil food web, when you give them some of that compost, normally it's an immediate response.
wow,
Like, there's not many things that you can do in organics that is an immediate visible plant response. So much so that we'll get calls from people that they're literally just like, there was an immediate response. Like, it's shocking. Like, it's so shocking. But you're talking about marrying part A and part B of 300 million years of evolution. Like, yeah, they know how to dance. Like, they got it. And, so how do we get the average cultivator, regardless of size, 2x4 tent or 240,000 square feet, whatever it is, they're all the same to me. They all have the same needs. How do we connect them with actionable results that lead to a successful outcome and that leads to an actual healthy soil food web that's living, by some real measurement, you know?
no, that's definitely the big question. And like I often add compost too. I've made my own. When you say biologically complete, I mean, is there a definition that you're kind of going by there?
There is. And on one of the little slides I prepared, the very last one, I show some different composts and kind of explain that. But essentially, um, when Dr. Elaine says soil food web, everybody pictures that picture with all the arrows and the animals and whatnot. Um, but essentially, what we're talking about are the base of the ecosystem, which is the bacteria, their predators, which are typically protozoa, which is a family. Within that family would be flagellates and amoebae. or amoeba, however you say these words.
Yep.
And then, so those create nutrient cycling. So it's a bunch of predator-prey interactions. So it's like when, if we remember back in grade school when we were like adding and multiplying and dividing fractions, you end up with a remainder, right?
Yep.
And so essentially the soil food web is living off of that remainder. And so a bacteria, will be made up of a certain amount of nitrogen molecules and a certain amount of carbon molecules and phosphate and various things. But we'll just keep it simple with carbon and nitrogen, right? So, a bacteria has a certain ratio of carbon and nitrogen. Its predator has a different ratio of carbon to nitrogen. And so, say a protozoa needs 6 nitrogens and a bacteria has 1 nitrogen. Okay, well, it needs to eat 6 bacteria to fill that need. Well, the other component of that is all these different ratios of different nutrients, and the plant and the animal will shed it off. So, there'll be a remainder of other nutrients once that nitrogen from the bacteria is consumed. That is released as feces, and that is now plant available. So, from the simple act of one thing eating something else and reproducing, the byproduct is the excess nutrients that that body didn't need to reproduce, if that makes sense. And so that's the hardest part to wrap your mind around. The next hardest part is almost nobody has compost or bugs in a bottle that have that relationship to where that phenomenon is happening. I can tell you in our work experience, when we correct those ratios of predator to prey, really remarkable things happen. And so essentially, when we say biologically complete, we mean that the bacteria populations in biomass, the fungal populations in biomass, the protozoa populations in biomass, the beneficial nematodes are all within reasonable range or above the minimums that have been defined by the 4 decades of analysis Dr. Lane has done. And so, kind of the old baseline, was 300 micrograms per gram of bacterial biomass and 300 micrograms per gram of fungal biomass. That would be like the base minimum. And once we hit that base minimum, we're considered a biological ecosystem. And so for us, when we're saying biologically complete, we mean that, right? Bacteria, fungi, their predators are all above the minimums or very close to the minimums. And the undesirable organisms are below the minimums. That's what we're saying. And so it's fitting in a very specific box. And this work, the reason why Dr. Lane and her organization has been pushing this new word, biologically complete or biocomplete. I think they trademarked biocomplete, so I'm not allowed to say it, which is corny as hell. But we're all trying to go for something and then they block their own teammates. Like, come on, soul food. It's corny. But nonetheless, so I say biologically complete, so I don't get sued by Lane's business partners. And the reason why we're using that word is so we can differentiate from this word compost. If you go to any person that has anything to do with anything from landscaping to the highest levels of cannabis to ag, farmers, gardeners, compost is one thing. There's no, and the only grades for success are visual things. And so people look at the color, which is fine. People look at the consistency, and people look for, is it free of trash? So if I take my compost that dramatically exceeds the minimum set forth by Dr. Lane to be considered biologically complete, if you did like a blind, taste study, like with Pepsi and Coke, and you put just some garbage compost from the municipal that had been sifted from trash, so it's all clean and consistent, and as long as it didn't smell horrible, they would likely pick that compost over my compost as the better quality. And so what's kind of happened to the consumer is they've been conditioned by commercial practices for producing quality, right? And so in the composting process, it's almost impossible to end up with 0 pieces of trash. You know, the material that we get for ours is as clean as it can come. We still get an occasional Starbucks cup and a toothbrush, and you know, it's just the process. You just end up with shit in the truck. I don't, you know, and the process is inherently littered with plastic bits. And so if you go through a vigorous sifting of that material to remove all of that, you significantly destroy the structure of that material. And if there was any life in that process to start with, you just did a Hurricane Katrina on it to make it into a consistent aggregate size that looks good to a consumer in a bag. And none of those characteristics we found through our analysis of many compost producers are conducive to the survivability of biological organisms. You just destroy them at every step of the way. And so the reason why we even say this word biologically complete is because the market is so ruined with this word compost that we now have to set a new goal. And we now have to differentiate, it's not compost, it's biologically complete. And that at least then starts the narration of, well, what does that mean, right? You know, and so biocomplete was the first word that's been trademarked. So the rest of us are saying biologically complete, which is fine. We need to move away from the word compost because, you know, like on the one of the slides that I have, you'll see it's not even, it's a basketball and a football. It's not even, it's not,
No, and I've heard many people talk about that, and it's gotten me kind of as I've progressed as in the gardening, my gardening career or whatever. It's like you kind of see some of those differences. Like I've kind of migrated to a vermicompost local. You know, originally it was a bag one. I didn't see a dramatic effect. I added a locally made one. There was a noticeable difference in that, and it was fresh. It was still moist. You know, like it was a guy locally done, and it blows you away how much that is like a change from what you were used to getting, you know.
Yep.
But
And yeah.
on that bio complete though, I know Dr. Elaine's put out a few videos I've seen on, and I don't want to like go through instructions on how to compost or anything, but are those similar instructions? I mean, I've seen her add in certain parts manure, certain parts, you know, twigs and all that. And is that a good resource for somebody to go to reference kind of how they could possibly build a you know?
Yeah, it's yeah, you know, obviously she's the one that came up with these strategies to satisfy this need, and um, you know, it comes from literally decades of tinkering with the process. When we talk about like the Elaine style of composting, people picture like the pallet with the rack around it, and you're putting it on a platform. The reason why they migrated to that strategy is that's the smallest volume that you can combine ingredients together and still end up with a good biologically complete result after completing the thermal process. And so the I don't know if it's nationwide or what, but most of the organic standards for compost making has very specific requirements. So if it's thermal compost, it needs to get above 130 degrees for a specified amount of time, and it needs to be turned 5 times while maintaining that temperature. So to actually do that is extremely difficult because you're relying on organism to organism interactions that require moisture, that require certain ratios of sticks and twigs to manures. And so what Dr. Lane worked on was, you know, what is the strategy for satisfying these goals, or not goals, requirements by the state, you know, or the government to be considered thermal compost. If you satisfy those requirements of keeping it above 130 degrees for 28 days or whatever it is, then you know you can then sell that product now. If you don't meet those requirements, it then falls into the category of static compost or vermicompost, for example, and those have different time restraints. So the static and the vermicomposting has a 12-month time period. So, you know, we've learned how to make thermal compost, which inoculated piles that became vermicompost piles. And at our commercial production facility that my wife and I created with a guy named Ben, we actually do long-term vermicompost. But we inoculate with Elaine style thermal piles. We find that for the commercial scale, it's far more predictable and easy to hit those numbers by just going for the vermicompost. And we get phenomenal numbers in the compost, which, like I said, it took a lot of work. It took a solid, 3-4 years of tinkering with the process, waiting 12 months, analyzing it, right? So we staggered piles for 2 years, every couple months, changed the recipe, changed the input, and then over time tracked it and ended up with a lot of different like remarkable amount of outcomes. We even tinkered with improving locally made compost. We spent about a year doing that. Found out it was less labor intensive to just make a better product than to try and improve upon something else. Because shit in, shit out, right? So if you mix together ingredients that creates a compost that doesn't lead to appropriate biologically complete populations in activity, you can introduce them all you want. They're not there because the food source for their survival isn't there. So that's why the considerations for inputs is so important. And Dr. Lane came up with those processes. She has the class. Unfortunately, with the new organization she's with, you can't get the compost by itself. So you have to take all foundation courses, which is like $5,000 now. So my wife Sarah just made a program where you can download a video or watch a video that's a couple hours long that explains the process so that you can learn how to do it. And then she offers a mentorship program for the people that want to be mentored, because when we first graduated from Elaine's programs back in 2014, we both became advisors to people going through the program. So I didn't have very many people because I honestly wasn't very good at it. Sarah was very good at it, and she had a lot of students, and she coached a lot of people through the compost making process. And to jump into that thermal composting process, most people that go through the foundation courses, take the class, start working on their piles, they don't hit that 5 turns with 130 degrees until maybe their 5th or 6th pile. Some people really struggled and it took them 10 or 12. One guy did 20 piles in a row incorrect without changing any. It was kind of interesting, but it's an extremely long learning process. But the reason why we even mess around with it is because nothing compares to that material. Nothing. There's nothing you can do that compares to the compost product that comes out of that process. Now you can still do a small worm bin and have decent numbers, and you can get biologically complete high numbers. But there is something special about those 1 cubic yard. Oops, just get thinking. Sorry about that. There is something really special about those thermal piles, and so like I said, those are we do have a little class on our website, which is progressivesoil.org, www.crescivesoil.org. I think when you pop up, there's a little light box that takes you to the composting, so you can go do that if you want. Like I said, just using that type of compost and providing analysis paved the way for us to be a business for a couple of years. It's that powerful.
Yeah, and I just want to double check and give the shout out to the website too. That was CRESCIVE soil, right? SOIL at the end.
Yeah, when we came out of the black markets, I just put it in the chat. When we came out of the black markets, it was kind of sketchy, to be honest. And we started out with a hard name. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's awesome though. I absolutely love that there's some video there and that you guys have that info, because like I realize that training other growers is a lot of like what you're doing out there too, So trying to get
My,
this posted here.
my real passion is working one-on-one with growers. I admittedly haven't been the best at producing content. It's not really my best. I'm good at radio. I'm not really. I'm good at in-person workshops. I really enjoy doing in-person workshops. And people have gotten frustrated with me for not sharing more data, but it's extremely complicated. People don't realize how complicated my job is because our data, like I said, lifts up the skirt of the industry. And so, there's a lot of obstacles to me sharing my work. The first obstacle is I want people to support Dr. Elaine. My wife and I have taken every class she's offered since 2014. When she comes out with a new set of classes, we pay for it and take it. And she adjusts and changes periodically, and that's something she doesn't get enough credit for, is continually evolving. So us soil food web people, Nick Tomasini and Ian and Eli Braha and Catalyst and all those people, we continue our education like a nurse would. Like, to be a registered nurse, you're required to do continuing education credits every year to maintain your license, or every 2 years or whatever. And so, we all take that level of seriousness with our work, and we all stay connected in some way with Dr. Lane. If there's an update, we all migrate to it, we all adjust to it. There's some new changes that are possibly coming down the pike, where science is evolving in their understanding and their ability to measure organisms. And so they're getting better at measuring the biomass. What this means is that we all need to make a slight adjustment to the biomass calculation in our spreadsheets, which will result in a different value. And so we're all agreeing that we are keeping up to date with the newest understanding in science, and that we're all agreeing on something. So, you know, we are just down the street from Catalyst. We share our compost with them all the time. When we share compost with them, they count it and we count it, and then we share and we look. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, or are we way different? If we're way different, then we talk about it. But we all go through um, extensive work to maintain accuracy with what we're doing. Nick Tomasini and I are really close. We share notes and converse very regularly. Obviously, we're competing businesses in every sense of the word. But if there's something important that's really dramatic that we're seeing, I share it with Nick, and he does as well. And so, we're all kind of brothers in arms for the common goal, which is, how do we get soil living? How do we get farmers to have real actionable advice? We all love to throw around the word sustainability, but if you have catastrophic crop loss 2 out of 3 times, you're not sustaining. You're not making an impact on the market. And my wife and I take it extremely serious in the advice that we give, so that farms can have success. Because if all the farmers go out of business because they got some bad advice on the internet, they're not making a change, and the chemicals are winning. And I'm not trying to engage in war with the chemical company. Let's be clear on that. But we are we are after a common goal and unifying. And I think what the general consumer or grower doesn't understand is how serious those of us that have really dedicated to the soil food web process, have completed all the classes, have worked very closely with Dr. Elaine. We take this very, very seriously, and we all keep each other in alignment so that we're all speaking the same language. Um, the one of the main problems right now is there's no real there's not a widespread measurement device for the consumer. And when I went through the classes in 2014, it was very hard to get in contact with Elaine. You had to go to an in-person workshop. From the day I took it, not even a 2-day, I couldn't afford the 2-day. I only took the 1 day. It was too much money. I did the compost and 1 day of the microscope. from the day I took that microscope class to the point where I would say that I was accurate in executing the task was about a year and a half. Because at that time there was no online anything. You had to meet at a workshop, and then you had to sit down next to somebody that knew what these things were, so you could go, is this a bacteria? No. Is this a bacteria? No. And Sarah and I both did that. We sat down with an advisor that was ahead of us named Loida, who now works with the Soul Food Web organization. And we literally drove to her house in Hollywood and stayed at her house for 3 days and did microscope for 3 days, going, is this a bacteria? No. Is this a bacteria? No. And then we would all count something and we would look at it. And Sarah and I would slowly try to inch towards what Loida was achieving in a sample. And so that took a very long time because I was reliant on another consultant who I will now be competing against to teach me this process, right? And so I think like 2017-ish was when the online microscope course became available. Sarah, my wife, came just after me, and so when she came through the classes just after me, there was a program where you could go to Dr. Lane's farm for an entire month and do that with her. So Sarah spent an entire month up at the ECI farm, and she went from first microscope day to more accurate than I was in less than 4 months, right? So when I went through in 2014, it literally took 18 months of grinding like I wanted it to be my job, to be accurate. And then now with the advancement of the classes, it's getting quicker. So I think, somebody that's really determined and has the aptitude to do this type of scientific technique, you can really become, accurate and appropriate in, 4 to 6 months. Um,
No, that's really. I mean, it's mind blowing to think that that's like the level of experience, I guess you'd have to have under the microscope to be really accurate at it. So that's kind of it sets in my mind just the difficult hurdle that it can be, So obviously, a lot of the people listening aren't going to go to the microscope, but as somebody that's been looking through the microscope, like I listened to Advancing Eco Agriculture, and he talks about his plant health pyramid, and the top tiers on that pyramid are driven biologically, and as somebody that probably for the last year been trying to achieve that on my own, just trying different techniques, different things, whatever. I never felt like I've really, seems to be a wall kind of almost where it's like the plants are doing good, they finish well, but they just never really seem to be thriving all the way through. And I'm just wondering if there's something you've seen that's real common and areas that are like maybe we could have guidelines to use a little bit.
yeah, that's pretty much been my life purpose since 2015, right? Is to bridge that gap. I would say, based on just what you've told me here in this episode, and briefly what we talked about on the phone the other day, is you really haven't come into contact with what we're defining as biologically complete. And so, you started with the bugs in a bottle, which a lot of times they have bacteria in it. A lot of times, we find that there's other compounds in those products. With the regulated market, there's a lot of testing that goes on. So we find growth hormones and things like that. And so the strong likelihood is that your bugs in a bottle were maybe some bacteria and triacanthemol, which is the growth hormone we get from like the sprouted seed teas or the alfalfa teas specifically,
Yep.
or alfalfa, I guess. Um, and so you're accustomed to a certain plant growth and vigor and outcome and pest and mold pressure under those certain circumstances. And when you start to move to a bagged compost, you know, um, very rarely do they have the predators of bacteria. And so bacteria are like the storage system of nutrients in the soil. And so they're the potential for growth. It takes the predator to eat that, to rip that bag open and turn that into plant growth. So simply by introducing some of the predators of bacteria, you take that potential for growth and you turn it into growth. Now, if you have too much bacteria and not enough predators, you actually get nutrients kind of locked up in a way. So you can actually have, growth issues because there isn't a release of those nutrients. And if the bacteria get too high, we definitely see plant health problems. So if you're only using bugs in a bottle, it's very, very likely that you're going in and out of that range of, adequate levels and then too much. So you're producing the potential, and then you're exceeding the desirable populations, which then lock up nutrients. And then in that case, you're waiting for bacteria to die of old age. So you're waiting for them to die essentially to become plant available.
No, that's a totally different perspective, because I've heard guys talk like in terms of fungal to bacterial dominance, but bacteria to predator ratio is kind of a new term, for me even. But yeah, I'm sure.
Well, and the people that are saying fungal dominance, by what measure? Ask those people by what measure, and ask them to show you what measure. And that's, I got to be really careful of ever singling anybody out, but I'm pretty much calling all of them. None of them do it. You know what I mean? Like, we've provided analysis for most of the movers and shakers in the industry, whether they're a compost producer or a famous farm or an unknown trapper. We've worked for them all, and we've measured a lot of the process of, you know, internet influencers. And so we've seen behind their kitchen. We know what they're telling you, and we know what they're doing. And some of it's not. I'm not trying to insinuate that it's all malicious. Some very clearly is. Some is just ignorance. Some is ego trying to get that fame.
Yep.
But the consequence is farmer struggles, and we're trying to go that other direction. We're trying to empower farmers. We're trying to educate farmers, and we're trying to put them in a position to be sustainable, to be regenerative.
Yeah.
You know, if you, you know, if you're cutting down your crop every year to russet mites, that's not regenerative. Doesn't matter if you got all the check boxes, if you got the Hoogle bed and whatever, you can have all the check boxes, but if you're cutting down your crop, that's not sustainable. That's not regenerative. You know, and so we need to empower ourselves, to educate ourselves, so we're not relying on anybody else. That's how I got here. I come from very qualified hydroponic growers in Southern California. I was very fortunate to kind of just be airdropped into really remarkable situations, and from there, the way I conducted and behaved myself allowed me to flourish in those regions. And the guys that I came up with, if you came to the garage, for a little sesh, and this was happening to me every time, like, we'd be dealing with molds, and through the super soil and tea journey, I found Dr. Elaine, and I would say, hey man, this Dr. Elaine lady is saying that we can combat mold with compost tea, and the people that were my mentors would simply ask, have you done this yourself? I'm like, no. Okay, don't talk about it again until you go do it yourself. Don't even talk about it. Like, we don't want to hear about it. And they were all hardcore hydro rock wool guys. They weren't trying to hear about too much organic shit anyways. But it was the accountability that that organization had within themselves that led to tremendous outcomes. And one of my hydroponic mentors is a guy named Randy Patton, that built a facility called Candescent in Southern California, which currently holds the most shelf space in the entire state of California. And so one of my hydroponic mentors built that monster. And I through that process of watching those hydroponic growers battle with mold constantly, relying on Eagle 20. And there was a point where, in what I call the Prop 215 comfort era, where you could really stack 99 plant cultivator permits and go crazy without worrying about legal trouble. I was like, this shit's going legal next week. Like, if we're able to get 6 homies to pay $250 to get a license, and we can now grow 1,000 plants, like, this has to be legal in 4 weeks. I didn't think it was going to take another 7 years. But I had that mindset. I'm like, when this goes legal, you're not going to be able to use microbutanol. So you need to figure out why you have mold, and you need to figure out a way to deal with mold that will fit within the paradigm that will be a regulated market. And I come from an agricultural background as well, so I've sat in the office with farmers that were running 500 to 1,000 acres. I saw that process. I saw that when you had a pest issue, you had to call the ag extension agent. They would come out, they would identify the pest, they would tell you what product to use, and they would tell you when to apply it, under what winds. I mean, the parameters were insane, right? It was like the strictest process you can ever imagine, that's still abused like hell. But nonetheless, I saw that, there's no way that you're going to produce something called medicine and you're going to spray it with a product that's for the floriculture and get away with that, right? So as early as 2012, 2013, I was seeing some remarkable things as far as scale for that time and quality and effectiveness and all that. But mold was always an underlying issue, and people just would be like, I'm going to microbutanol it. And, coming from SoCal, I saw a lot of OG grown. I saw a lot of humans poisoned with, the trilogy, as they say, imidacloprid, or well, I guess it'd be Avid, Eagle 20, and Floramite. That was the trilogy. And, I sat in that moment and became extremely obsessed with how do I grow a cannabis plant and not need those chemicals? Because nobody I saw can answer those questions. The first time I saw plants grown in person was at my buddy Chad's property. He's a guy I went to school with, was doing the house deal, and then moved up into a warehouse with 4 other cultivators. So the first time I ever saw cannabis in person as a plant, was in the building of a 20,000 square foot facility with 4 very qualified hydroponic cultivators. And they did some very remarkable things with plants. But you would ask, like, well, why is the spider mite here? Nobody could answer any of those questions. And so, about the only thing I was really good in at school was science projects. I got kicked out, but I won the state science fair 3 times as a kid, which was weird. uh, but they didn't want me in class, but I was winning the whole state. But nonetheless, like, I've always been interested in, like, doing the research. That's what I like doing. I like trying to find scientific journals. I like trying to find scientific answers. Um, I'm not the most literate, and sometimes I have reading comprehension issues. But for an average stoner, I'm pretty good at reading through a science book, and enjoy it to enough degree to do it. And so because I'm okay with those scenarios, I've always brought it back to the grow. And so my role in cannabis from day one, was trying to figure out why problems were actually there and then trying to come up with a solution. And I couldn't find anything that talked about the actual control and suppression of powdery mildew until I got to Dr. Lane Ingham. And then I found this actual scientist that was producing actual scientific journals, peer-reviewed journals, that talked about the populations of organisms and the percentage of leaf coverage on a leaf that was shown to combat and eradicate things like powdery mildew. And so I would propose these concepts to the homies, and they'd be like, don't say another word until you can do this yourself. And from the time I had that conversation till the time I could do it was almost 4 years. It took me almost 4 years from that conversation where I was like, because that's what I knew, that in that one conversation in the garage with the guy that would eventually build the facility with the most flower on the shelf in California, and some other, like, really qualified trappers, like, I knew in that moment, like, this is what I'm doing. I'm figuring out this, and I'm going to be valuable to the new regulated market. And my original goal was, like, I enjoyed operating in cannabis, and I wanted to continue that. And so my original goal was to be qualified enough to be a high level employee at a regulated facility. That was my original goal. Like, I would have been happy with, some sort of cultivation job that paid me enough money to live a reasonable life. I don't need to be rich. My goal wasn't I'm trying to make $1 million. my goal was, can I maintain my involvement with this cannabis plant when it goes legal? Can I provide something of value that leads to a better outcome? And I mean, last year I went to Macedonia and briefed their Secretary General, which is the vice president of their country, on cannabis in the current state of California. You know what I mean? Like, my goal as a little trapper was to become an employee, and here I am, 2019, sitting in the Macedonian White House talking to their vice president, their security general, about the reality of cannabis in California. I'm just like,
Yeah,
and
real.
that was a huge moment for me because none of my family is down with this. Like, most of my family members have disowned me for this. I would consider myself a scientist. They just think I'm a trap, and so I've lost a lot in this journey to maintain my involvement with the cannabis plant. And I've gone through a lot of sacrifice, and to be able to sit there in a government building and have a government official see that I was capable at math. I scribbled out a metric conversion and produced some metrics for cultivation. Um, and he just was like, I don't know. It's like he even said his English wasn't that great. He was like, "We are colleagues." I'm like, "Fuck yeah, we are. We are colleagues." you
Yeah.
know. And so that I on my entire no matter nothing I did from that day forward. Like, if I did nothing more from that day forward, just that validation that what I did mattered, what I did was real, and somebody from a non-cannabis industry valued my experience and input. And that was all I needed. Everything else is gravy from here on out, because it was a lot of work to track down Dr. Lane. And you can go, I don't even go on Instagram anymore. Like, it's not worth dealing with the hassle and harassment of being a true soul food web advisor. Nick Tomasini, Humankind, he doesn't post much either. Like, you try to make a post talking about the realities of things, and it just is a shit show.
Yeah.
And so I just so there's just a lot of things I avoid now. Um, but it is real, and you can put it to work for you. And like I said earlier, not everybody needs to learn how to do the microscope, but you should at least tap in to what's been learned from analyzing literally millions of square feet of cultivation space with a microscope. Literally.
And that's the amazing part of it. I know that's a ton and ton of time too. Like, I mean, a lot of people don't realize, but when we talked on the phone, you had mentioned in one facility you had taken over 60 samples, and I was like, well, how long does each sample take? And you were like, about an hour and a half or so. So, I mean, just to put it in perspective for people listening, I mean, it's not just a matter of, hey, taking a quick snapshot here and there. It's actual hour involvement into what they're figuring out. So
Yeah, the first commercial projects we got involved with, people didn't know what it was. So it was like a curiosity. They're like, all right, kids, show me what you can do. And so we would. And I mean, we've literally worked with hundreds of farms. And, the first three farms that we worked with, the first three organizations, um, got many times more than most of our clients get, because they just turned us loose. They just said, show me what you can do. And,
so
the
that,
more people get more familiar, they think they know what it is. And it was like those early years of nobody really knowing what we could do, and myself including. We're like, yeah, screw it. Let's take 100 samples. Let's see what happens. And it can be so revealing that, like, there was one point I remember, there was a guy on IG. He was the first pot grower that reached out to me once I started putting microscope photos up. He's like, I'm doing this no-till thing, and I'd really like some help analyzing it, right? And so he had two long beds, and they were labeled 1 and 2. And he was brewing tea, and he sent me two samples, one from each bed, because one was outperforming the other. And so I did the two samples, and I'm like, is bed 1 closer to the tea brewer? He goes, yeah. How'd you know that? It's like, well, like, this stuff is so revealing that you can see when somebody runs a tea brewer and they turn the air off, all the heavy organisms sink to the bottom and everything starts to stratify. So the top, 2/3 is bacteria, and then all the heavy shit's down on the bottom. And so when you water to that first bed first, all the fungi, nematodes, and heavy protozoa go to that first bed. And then what's left for bed number 2 is all the bacteria. So when you looked at bed 2, it was mostly bacteria with not very much fungi, definitely no nematodes, not very many predators of bacteria. But then when you looked at the other one, it had an actual soil food web, right? So, the amount, like, people would be mind blown by what we've been able to see in the cultivation space, like, just
That's
crazy.
mind blowing. I've never heard anything like that before. As far as I've heard that discussion with like adding nematodes, right? You got to make sure the nematodes are mixing well and spread evenly. But I've never heard that about like a compost extract or a tea. That's awesome.
So the nematode thing is one of the things that we figured out, right? So on that same property that I was telling you about that we took 60 samples, um, they were following the traditional instructions, which is take the nematodes, dump them into a reservoir, and irrigate them. And what people don't realize is nematodes have a density that's far greater than the water, so they sink to the bottom very quickly. So if you have a several 100-gallon reservoir and you drop nematodes that aren't even visible by the eye into that tank, they go to the bottom of the tank. A lot of times the tank doesn't have a very bottom pickup. It's normally up a couple inches so the fitting can go in. So all the nematodes are actually below the outlet. And so if you go sample the water of the tank, all the nematodes are in the tank. And so at this particular farm, they would dump the nematodes in, they would stretch out the hose, they would start at the far left, they would water. Since the hose was stretched out all the way, they'd go to the far right, water that one, and then they would reel it back a little bit, and they'd hit the center tube. And there was 4 bays that were identical. And they all had the identical distribution of nematodes. All the nematodes were in the left, considerably, astronomical populations. There was a little bit in the right bed, and there was none in the center tube. So that's part of the work that we figured out. And so what we learned from that experience is you put the nematodes in a very small amount of water and distribute them directly to the soil. Yeah.
That's very interesting too. Just kind of changing subject a little, not changing the subject, but there was a comment that I have down here in my notes. But in the Future Cannabis Project, you were part of a discussion where I heard that so often we spray our plants for war, and we should be spraying our plants for plant health. And that you had also made a comment that you foliar treat like a hydro system while in a living soil. So I'm just kind of curious if you could give us some insight of like, why is it important for foliar treatments, and what kind of strategy we should use there maybe.
Well, yeah, so that's kind of the thing that we've been championing: spray for health, not for war.
Yeah.
Um, back the first facility I ever watched in person, like I said, there was 4 or 5 different cultivators all doing different techniques, and that's about when Avid really came onto the scene. And Avid specifically, when you spray it on a cannabis plant, a lot of times it will change the shape of the leaf, so it normally narrows it. It'll change the serrations, and it'll make it a lighter yellow or a lighter green. And so in that, I didn't know shit about anything. I was just there helping build walls and, doing whatever was needed. I didn't know anything, but I saw my buddy that was growing pre-98 Bubba. It was always a deep dark green that would produce purple flowers. And then at some point in that first year, somebody brought an Avid, sprayed the Bubba Kush, the leaf changed, it narrowed, it got lighter green, and it was producing less purple flower. And so in that experience, I didn't know anything about what was going on, but I saw a product used for pest control legitimately change the physiology of that plant. And so early on, I was like, okay, like, yeah, maybe it may be killing the bugs, but what is the disruption to metabolism and cell development of that plant? And, you know, can we move to a position of only spraying things that are beneficial and avoid pest issues? There's a lot of issues with the pest control products we choose to use, significantly negatively impacting soil biology, which then sets another cascade of events. So, you can go in and spray neem oil, for example, going into flower to knock out some pests or get a little powdery mildew control. And we've measured at multiple farms. You'll see like a 60 to 80% reduction in soil organism populations with one reasonable application of neem oil because of how it drips down and compromises the soil communities. And so now you walked in and sprayed to deal with pests going into the life cycle that has the greatest demand on plant growth, and you're fighting against that. So even if you had desirable populations and high levels of nutrient cycling, you just killed them going into the finish line. And so as you start to push that plant, you don't have the soil communities to keep up with plant growth, and in a very simplistic fashion or very generalized fashion, you're creating literally the conditions for mold and bugs. And when we started getting into the commercial space, it became very difficult in those early years when we found out about all the pesticide contamination of the things that we think are organic. And so in 2016, we worked with two extremely large commercial organizations, and we got to see the headaches of navigating regulation. And so that massively amplified my desire to find non-pest control strategies for dealing with pests, because we saw people use OMRI-approved neem oil that had 6 pesticides in it that caused a test fail. So now you sprayed something with an organic stamp, and in the state of Nevada, that product was confiscated and destroyed. In the state of Colorado, that product was confiscated and destroyed, at the time. And so the consequences of that were huge.
Oh, I couldn't imagine. Yeah, I mean, having pounds and pounds destroyed, it'd be heartbreaking for anybody, to say the least. So, yeah.
I've never seen a grown man get so close to the edge. But so, I want to be careful in clarifying that, we do say spray for health, but to be able to move into a cultivation position where you're not needing traditionally defined pesticides, that does require some other aspects of cultivation. You do need high levels of biological populations that are biologically complete and appropriate. That's the first checkbox that you need. You can navigate out of a lot of pest and mold issues by simply adjusting biological populations. That's the first work that we figured out how to do. And then from there, if you're feeding appropriately and the soil is balanced, pest pressure should be very minimal. Powdery mildew is the easiest thing to deal with in living soil if you are doing what Dr. Lane is actually saying. If you're doing what the internet tells you, you need to also use microbutanol. But the reality is, we've worked for literally hundreds of farms, and of the farms that we work very intimately with, so we come to their facility or we spend real meaningful time with them. So when you break down the farms that we've worked with into that group of farms, we've only had 1 or 2 farms that had visible powdery mildew after the first or second harvest that we helped them with. Almost all the farms that we work with was able to deal with the powdery mildew during the very first harvest that we worked with them on, simply by correcting the soil biology population. And so, we've worked with farms. We worked with a couple farms over a year, and 4 harvests a year times every flowering room times moms times veg, literally never have visible powdery mildew in their facility, never. One of the facilities we worked with them for a year and a half. They had 0 powdery mildew. I would assume that to this day they continue to have 0 powdery mildew because they now understand what it's about. And they're probably going on 3 to 4 years with never having a visible mold spore in their facility, ever. And some people that's offensive, right? Because mold, I definitely see mold put dudes out of business, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what we're doing is so damn incorrect that the mold becomes biblical. If you correct the nutrient imbalance, if you correct the soil organism communities, mold is ridiculous. Like mold is so predictable in a living soil system that we set ratios on relationships between the undesirable fungi that we call omycetes and the beneficial fungi. Once you start to get what's the omycete value, 15 to 20% of the beneficial fungi, you start to move into the mold pressure range. And then if you're outside of that, you have to have extremely dysfunctional environment or extremely dysfunctional feeding strategies to then have powdery mildew when you're outside of those parameters. And so if you behave in a way that keeps you outside of those parameters, it's molds. It's easy. The only one that's really problematic, just being fully transparent, spider mites is easy, thrips is easy, russet mite and broad mites is the easiest in living soil, in my opinion. Root aphids are the easiest. The only one that's kind of proven to be a little problem is the aphids. The aphids don't seem to have a very specific biological passport in the soil, so to speak. One of the slides I have shows that. I could show that a little bit later, or whatever makes sense. But that's the one curveball, and that's what we're all trying to figure out right now. And that's what Nick and I were talking about this week, because we can have mineral composition of that soil accurate and adequate and desirable, and biological populations are suitable, and the aphids can still be a problem. And so that's the one real curveball right now. But literally all the other pests, russet mite, broad mite, root aphids, those all can be corrected by correcting the soil organism communities without really getting too dramatic into the feed ratios and to the soil chemistry. That's what's so crazy. And that's why Dr. Lane makes the statements that mineral balancing isn't necessary, because yeah, if you get to extremely high biological populations, all of those pest problems become extremely manageable or go away. I don't agree with the statement that you should be neglecting mineral density of the soil or soil chemistry. And I don't agree that you should not be top dressing minerals. Um, I don't agree with those statements that Dr. Lane makes. I don't fault her for making them. She's been attacked by the mineral people and the chemical companies since 1985. So, she's reasonably sour. I don't fault her for that. I think it's a disservice to her movement to say those things, and I've communicated that to her and her organization, and she continues to say these things that you can't apply minerals and you shouldn't be applying minerals to the soil. I do not agree with that. I think it hurts the movement, because we need all hands on deck at this point. And now we're running into a situation where John Kemp is saying you don't need to measure soil organisms. You only need his biology pack, which is a response to Elaine saying you shouldn't be doing minerals. And you're starting to have like these ego clashes of the gurus, because the guru era is dying. And so those gurus are kind of making one last flail. But we're moving out of the guru era and we're moving into the individual empowerment era. And so it's just going to look a little different. And that transition is going to be weird. And all the old heads are going to say crazy shit as they fall off. But we as consumers, we as living soil advocates need to figure out what's functional. We need to figure out what's sustainable. And we need to figure out what leads to actual regeneration. And we need our regenerative community leaders to have reasonable levels of accountability for the things that they say, because the work that I'm like the cleanup crew. My wife and I come in after everything else has been wrecked. So we sift through the advice, we sift through what they're doing, we sift through who they're listening to, and then we have to make sense of that, and we have to put the farm back together. And so I see all of that, which is one of the reasons why I'm not on social media anymore. I just can't stomach this shit, and I can't be quiet. I really do struggle to not speak my I was born to just say shit, and I can't help that. So I just don't go on social media because I just can't stomach it anymore. And I the last year or two has been really heavy, and we've talked a lot of people off the cliff very legitimately. When a farmer loses everything because they followed internet advice, it's extremely devastating to their everything, their business, their finance, their marriage, their confidence. It's extremely damaging.
Yeah, and I can see where you'd get frustrated a little bit too if you see that over and over, and it's the same dang advice too, or something like that. It would be a little bit frustrating. I can understand. Oh,
It's
I
mind
oh,
blowing.
sorry. I was just gonna say I did pick up on a couple of things that you had said here, and I'm just kind of curious of what you maybe meant. You were saying you mentioned increasing the biology, and you said as long as you're feeding correctly, um, which kind of the term feeding kind of brought up in my mind the question of like, well, isn't that what we're relying on the biology to do? And so it just indicated to me that maybe you are actually doing some form of a top dress, or you're doing some form of a biostimulant along the way, or some type of thing there, or is
I do everything. Like I said, I'm from a NASCAR family. I went the full circle. You know, I learned from guys that did very complicated undercurrent systems, rock wool on tables, you know, and kind of came full circle, you know, fell into the water only trap, and then navigated my way out of that. And then, you know, so I've gone the full circuit. Um, you know, right now, you know, when we work with commercial facilities, the number one phrase is um, we need to get those profit margins while they're at their highest because they're only going down. You know, we got a weird little glitch in the last year or so in the traditional markets where the market is strong, but historically it's been on a downside, right? And so every day is a lost opportunity at the best you could have gotten. And so my personal belief is within reason, you should be doing everything in your power to support the outcome you're after. I'm not saying we do tons of volumes of things, but we absolutely fully feed our asses off. We absolutely do make reservoirs of feeds, and we absolutely do top dress the soil with minerals to maintain healthy soil chemistry. And which is really the major obstacle. And this is one of the major complications with Dr. Lane saying that you don't need to measure soil chemistry is that if you, the grower, follow the recommendations by any of the leaders for top dressing periodically, any of those recipes from any of those people, they all lead to extremely dysfunctional soil chemistry after 2 to 4 harvests. And so you have to go back the other way. And so if you've not been top dressing minerals and you do, you know, really water only for 2 to 3 harvests, you know, it might be good on the first one, and then usually it's a slow decline. And once you realize you're in a slow decline, now it takes 2 to 3 harvests to repair it. In the most dysfunctional situation, we had a farm that was following the traditional internet advice for top dressing between rounds on a living soil system. And when we got to them, soil chemistry was so dysfunctional that on a math basis, it would have taken somewhere between 8 and 15 harvest cycles to bring that soil back into balance. Because you can't just dump everything on there at once. You have to, you know, with adjusting those, there's only so much you can increase with each top dress, I guess is what I'm saying. So when we're following that gentle nudging and what's very safe and appropriate as a one-time application, it would have literally taken somewhere between 5 and 15 harvest cycles. So you're saying soil chemistry was so dysfunctional from the original mix and the top dressing strategy that you're now committing to what, 3 to 5 years of correction. That ain't sustainable, right? And so if you come in and just try to inoculate with biologically complete compost and you disregard that component of soil chemistry, you will improve it for sure. You will increase quality, you will increase yield, you will lessen problems, but you're not going to really flourish. So we do advocate all of the activities that are necessary, but very, very small amounts. So when we foliar feed, we're doing like 1 gallon per 1,000 square feet type numbers at the commercial scale. In a little 4x4 tent, I might foliar feed 3 to 6 ounces at one time. So
that's
you
like
just
a spray bottle, basically, right?
literally, yeah. And that's you know, on a side note, that's the biggest issue with small scale growers is it's hard to make up less than a gallon and deal with it. So we have a lot of 4x4 tent growers that will spray 6 plants with a gallon of solution. It's like we spread that out to 1,000 square feet, not 16. You know, so that's another kind of can of worms for the obstacles of like the smaller scale grower. Um, but yeah, we advocate all of it because why not? Why, you know, you go to the forest and we're talking about mimicking forests, like a forest still has a bear that ate a fish and pooped at a tree. Like nature makes fish hydrolysate. Like, you know, and trees fall down and, you know, cover crops fall over. Now, granted, they're not adding soft rock phosphate and whatnot, but the forest also doesn't destroy that system with dysfunctional strategies for cultivation. So it doesn't, you know what I mean? So that's where it starts to get hairy. But what is always the anchor point is what are the biological communities doing? Did whatever I thought was a good idea hinder them? If that's the case, it's off the table. And you know, I've had to do that. Like I've spoke on the Future Cannabis Project. Like there's things I've had to change my mind on based on what I'm seeing with the microscope, and that's the power of the microscope. You know, you can see what you're doing, um, and how's that affecting those communities. You know?
No, and that's really the power of it all. And that it um I was really thinking you were going to say something along the line of foliar is improving photosynthetic rate and
I mean, every
noticeable plant health, but realistically, you're not really even looking. I mean, you are looking at plant health, but your measures are all done with the soil biology, because if the biology is healthy, then the plant's healthy is kind of the assumption there, right? Is that
Yeah, and keep in mind, I'm a science guy. I do all the analytics that are available to me. So when it's available to me, we do plant sat testing. So far, it seems the best lab is in Oregon, and they don't take cannabis samples by mail. So being in California, I only have a certain, you know, a couple Oregon farms at a time. A couple farms we've been working with in Oregon this last year are hours and hours away from the lab. So if you're within driving distance of Canby, hit me up. I would do some free consulting for somebody to take leaf samples in. The people that have that accessible to them are gaining a significant advantage over us because of what they're learning. So I'm definitely an advocate of quantifying your process in a reasonable way without getting bogged down by the numbers. Because again, we're trying to find a balance between Masanobu and Dr. Elaine. You know, we need to quantify what we're doing and we need to let it work. So what I've found when you talk about foliar feeding is the first goal is minimize detriment. People have no clue the detrimental effects on plant metabolism that our chosen pesticide products do. We recently had a situation with a farm that was using a pesticide product that would kill the pest, but in my strong opinion, it's also exacerbating the pest issue because it contact kills them, but they're getting more. So if it contact kills them and they have a 21-day life cycle of an aphid, and you're still seeing them 40 days later, clearly something's wrong, right? Like you're having contact kill, but you're still, you know. So these are the things that we need to look at. So the first goal is not cause, do no harm, right? What's that? That's probably from something. Do no harm. Medicine. Yeah, there you go. That's the Hippocratic Oath.
yeah.
There you go. So the Hippocratic Oath of people involved in medicine, you take the oath that you will do no harm, right? So that's the first goal. So I choose to not spray poisons. In an ideal situation, and in all situations save for the current aphid issue, which I will say, current aphid issue is a little weird, but any of the spider mites, thrips, russet mites, broad mites, any of that easy to deal with pests, most of the commercial farms that we work with are able to deal with those pests with dealing with the soil communities, balancing soil chemistry and feed chemistry. And then the only thing that you need for a contact kill is something that we make that's a combination of potassium silicate and essential oils. That combination will navigate you out of most pest issues, given that, like I said, soil chemistry is close and biology is great. Um, and then from there, so then, you know, there we did find that it was far easier to overstimulate soil communities and exacerbate them and make them worse by trying to feed them. And so that's where we came up with, or not came up with the idea, but that's where we really started to implement stimulating soil biology through foliar feeding. And that is a far less complicated process because, again, we work with the smallest of the small, but my goal is to have success in the regulated markets. In the regulated markets, we need very low volatility activities. We cannot do something that has the potential for disaster. We have to do very conservative, very safe strategies. What we find is when soil chemistry is right, when soil biological communities are right, and you're taking conservative strategies, that will almost always outperform what people think is good. And so you don't need to do all these radical things. You don't need to push everything so hard. You need the foundational basics to be appropriate, and then plant growth is off the charts. Which I have a graph that shows that too. I don't know when you
Yeah,
want to.
if you got some graphs that you wanted to show along the way, just to clarify too, when you say top dressing minerals, is that what you're talking about? Is actually balancing like the soil test sheet? Is that kind of like if we
Yeah.
start out, got a test done, and I think I can. I think if I do this, you can share.
Yeah, I can click share screen. I was just getting ready. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can do it up here. But to answer your question before I get sidetracked on the slides and stuff, but um, yeah, so we use various labs. The most common is Logan. Logan is nice. I like to support Logan because they talk to us like an adult when we were illegal cannabis. So I do like to support those businesses. I do put the asterisk that there are some issues with Logan that I have. Um, but they're good people, and there is a strategy for producing there's a way to send your sample to them that will lead to more consistent results without errors. I recently started using Spectrum Analytical, which was a recommendation from Slow Nickel, I believe. Um, so far, they've been great. They're actually less cost than Logan Labs. There's a couple other labs that we use periodically for certain reasons. But yes, we do a soil chemistry, a Malic-free test. I do fall under the kind of Albrecht camp. I take slight adjustments from what the textbook says as far as goals, but I feel that the math is suitable for our needs, and I feel that it's necessary. And for me, the Albrecht strategy has worked. So when we take a preliminary test, we make an amendment correction, and then we make a follow-up test, the results are in line with what we would hope. And I think that's about all you can ask for soil chemistry, because there's so many things that can go on with the process. And you get one more speck of fish bone meal in the sample that they pulled for the 1 gram. It's gonna, but yeah, you definitely should be doing soil chemistry tests at least once per cycle. I understand that budgets are tight. I've been there. I've been there to where there was $0 to spend on cultivation. But at the same time, if you're running a 4-liter, when I was running a 4-liter in SoCal, that shit was $1,200 a month just in electricity. And so you talk about, $5,000 in electrical bill just to get to a harvest. Like, yeah, you should be doing a $65 test to ensure the outcome, And so I'm definitely an advocate of that. If you go to Spectrum Analytical, they'll do the Malic 3 for like $15. Can't beat that, and you should be doing these things. We have a video. I'm trying to get better at making content. I just made a YouTube video that goes through the math involved for doing soil chemistry analysis. And I've got 2 or 3 videos that I'm working on editing right now that kind of go through the process. But that's on our YouTube channel, because it is hard. It's hard. It's almost as hard as learning to use the microscope as a tool, because everything's so cryptic. Like nobody makes a book that says, "Here's how to do my job." You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, nowhere does that exist. And even me, we empower a lot of people to compete with us in the market, because I think competition is good. And the more people that do what I do validates that what I thought was a good idea. So it's good that there's people that compete with me, and it's good that people continue on with their version of soil food web strategies. But as far as mineral balancing goes, even the ideal soil book doesn't tell you everything that you need to know, and you still need to have a foundational understanding of some math principles to be able to complete the task accurate. You know, you can complete it to the large acreage scale that's close enough because that's more like hand grenades. But in our context for a potting soil, you have to be accurate with the math down to the gram. And you know, we give mineral recommendations in the gram basis. And we get very specific with that math so that the outcomes are predictable and reliable.
Wow. No, that's impressive. And you were one of the first people too that I had heard talk about, you know, actually calculating the amount. The reference I think was based off calcium being off, and you had a calculation to say, yeah, it's X amount of, you know, gypsum or whatever would need to be added to this to make that correction in the balance come out. So that would be really interesting video. I'd love to check that out because that's always been a question in my mind. Because like I'm winging it, right? I'm by the seat of my pants out there, just trying to go by guidelines I picked up wherever. And that's the thing I've noticed in my own technique is like my top dresses have always just migrated to being less. Like it's kind of always kind of migrated to being less on everything I've done since I've started in the living soil thing. So it's it would be interesting to kind of have an idea of, you know, how to actually get in the ballpark of that. What is your channel on YouTube, Scott? Is that something you don't?
Impressive method. Let me, I could pull it up for you real quick and put a link in the,
Yeah.
I think the account is just called the Depressive Method here. So we'll just pull it up here. We're on the rural, there we go.
And I do want to say shout out to Sarah too, because that's awesome. You guys work at that together, and she's right in the trenches with you, so that's cool.
Yeah, we met through Dr. Elaine's courses. So the very first, there we go. Just get a link in the chat. The very first online course set that Elaine put in 2014 had 26 people in it, and they were mostly from the United States, but there were about 6 or 7 people from around the world. 2 of those people were me and Sarah. So we didn't know each other. I was from SoCal. She was from Utah. She had a similar timeline of being fed up with the normal world and was looking for true health, and in that true health found that soil health was important, and that's kind of the journey I had. So we ended up with Dr. Lane, and then because we took that class and continued to pursue it, we crossed paths at a farm really randomly, I guess. So there was a farm in Utah. There was a lady that took the microscope course. She was a crack up. She just sit next to me. She's like, "It's clear you're actually into this. I've got a farm. If you could just come out and do this at my farm, that'd be great." And that was like my first consulting. I was like, whoa, shit, here we go. Getting paid for this, you know? And I went out to that lady's farm, and she brought Sarah out to interview as a full-time position. And it was like, "You did what? You were in the class? What?" And then she fell in love with me.
Yes, of course. No, that's an awesome story, right? Actually, I didn't realize you guys met at the class, so that's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah. So we went through the class at the same exact time, and then met, and you know, both at that same time was like, how do we make this work? Like nobody does this. That next year, when we, you know, finally got to what I call the beer stage with Elaine, where you could be at her farm and drink a beer, like got that close. Um, and you know, there was like 12 people. You know, they had the first advisor meeting. There was 12 people. So it was Todd Harrington, which has been doing this since the mid '90s with Dr. Lane. He's got some phenomenal projects. He works on major projects. He's a good dude, and he, you know, worked very closely with Elaine. And there was me and Sarah, and there was, you know, like 6 or 7 other people. And I sat in that room at like, you know, in 2015. I was like, I'm one of 12 people in the United States that does this thing. Like, I'm going all in. Like, this is all the people that believe this is like the path. Like, there's plenty of room for 12 people in the United States to do this work, right? So because we went so hard on it, I mean, I went hard on it. Like I worked at this 8 hours a day, like it was my job. So it would be my job, and it became my job, and now it is my job. And you know, because there weren't very many people in the beginning, and there still aren't very many people, you know, you get remarkable opportunities. Like one of the first large ag farms we worked with was 6,000 acres of corn and soy. And so, you know, we, in 1 month, were working with a cannabis consultant that was managing 26 properties that totaled over 1 million square feet of cultivation space in cannabis. And then we were working with a 6,000 acre corn and soy farm that wanted to be the largest organic farm in North America employing soil food web techniques. And so they called us out there for 3 weeks and, you know, did a remarkable amount of analysis of their process and learned a lot. And that really fired me up. I was like, man, I'm really capable of doing this. You know, I spent a couple grand on some classes and I, you know, worked really hard at it. And, you know, we've worked with famous botanical gardens. We've worked with golf courses. We've worked with city parks and rec. We've worked with, like I said, massive, massive scales of cannabis and agriculture. Every year in cannabis, we're involved with a property that seems to be in the top 10 or 20 in the entire nation as far as size of canopy. So we're continually working with, literally by definition, the largest cannabis farms on the planet. Um, we just, we just, um, we just are, we're in the proposal finalization process with a farm that has like the third or fourth largest permit in the world for cannabis. Single property. I define that by single property. There's a couple really big organizations like Rock Gardens that have massive canopy, but it's across the entire state. So when you talk about a single property permit, there's not very many very big ones. So
Well, I'm sure based on what you're saying, I'm sure it's kind of, if they're doing living soil, it would almost be a necessity to have somebody with your skill doing some of these tests, like, and actually, you know, improving things or monitoring any changes in things, you know. So,
yeah,
that,
if you're a farm in a regulated state and you're doing living soil, it's an extreme disservice to your process to not at least tap in a little bit. Like you, just the amount of vulnerability that comes in the commercial space from dysfunctional biological soil communities would blow your mind. It would blow your mind. And you know, in certain states like Nevada, if you followed the internet compost tea brewing recipes, you would fail for molds, not powdery mildew, but other molds they measure. The same with Colorado. We worked for several farms that were following, you know, 2, 3, 4 day tea brew recipes, and then they would fail for other molds that are measured that aren't powdery mildew. So a lot of the first farms that hired us were like, we just failed for mold. We don't see a speck of mold on here. What is that? Well, when you look into that, those other organisms that they measure on the regulated test, they show up in certain forms on the microscope test. And so you can reduce those populations, and then again, you're passing the test. So we worked with several cultivators in the state of Nevada because they had absurd, absurd requirements for biological aspects. And so most of the people in Nevada are sterilizing the flower to pass the microbial testing parameters of the state. So if you're a living soil cultivator and you're in Nevada and you're not using UV sterilization or X-ray, and now they're moving to like radiation, they're moving to like the big guns to sterilize this flower to pass the state's parameters. Every one of those techniques reduces quality, potency, or visual bag appeal. And so if you're a living soil cultivator in the state of Nevada and you're not being forced to UV sterilize or one of these other methods of physically sterilizing the flower, you're at an extreme advantage as far as potency, you know, because all those things, they'll cloud the trikes, you know, people dump an H2O2, they'll cloud the trikes, you'll knock them off, your dissolved potency. The X-ray and other UV sterilization reduce potency by a little bit. And so there's a significant advantage in any regulated state to at least tap in a little bit. You know, you should at least tap in.
Yeah, no, that's wild too. I know most of the people listening aren't doing testing, but I know also most of the people listening don't want to be smoking something they don't, you know what I mean, that would fail on a test. So it's kind of an interesting thing there. Um,
You 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 would be shocked at how many organic cultivators are poisoning humans because the biological community, it's like even up here in Grass Valley where we live, it's like a historic hotbed of organics. And it's like most people up here spray their clones with Avid Eagle 20 out the gate. And then they're organic, but we hit it with a couple systemics first. It's just clown shit, in my opinion. I understand people are doing what they need to do, but it's so avoidable. It's all these strategies, the systemic fungicides and the systemic insecticides are just, it's so unnecessary from my standpoint. If we stop the dysfunctional tea brewing techniques, if we get a compost that even somewhat resembles biologically complete, you don't need those things. You don't need those things.
no, and that really breaks it down kind of simple, and it sounds a lot like, to me, for me personally, I feel like a lot of the stuff I'm doing, and I feel like I'm helping the plant, I'm actually kind of shooting myself in the foot in a lot of the cases, and that's probably that wall or that hurdle I was mentioning earlier, is like certain steps. When you were talking about spraying, and you mentioned neem oil, which is common, a lot of people understand that neem oil is not the best to use, but does that, I mean, obviously, any essential oil is probably going to affect the biology on the leaf. Is that something that you've seen certain other essential oils be more detrimental to the leaf biology than others?
Well, it's the dosage that determines if it's medicine or poison, right?
Okay.
So there's thresholds for all these things. What's crazy about neem oil, people have a really hard time accepting that neem oil can be bad um, for soil communities. But what's interesting is the sales pitch for neem oil is that it knocks out pathogenic fungi. And I hate to break your heart, but you can't be selective at killing single-celled biological organisms. Like you're either killing them all or you're killing none of them. It doesn't just target bad shit like some sort of laser guided missile. It wipes out everything. And when we compare destruction to soil organism populations, a reasonable application of neem oil, will reduce soil organism populations as much as an application of Eagle 20. Wrap your mind around that. So anything that you spray on the foliage is also going to drift down onto the soil, and depending on certain conditions and considerations, will have varying levels of detriment to those soil organism communities. Certain things like systemic fungicides, like microbutanol, for example, in a healthy living soil, it will actually move that chemical to dispose of it. And so we've worked with cultivators that were very avidly using microbutanol, had a hard time believing that they wouldn't need to use it anymore. We start increasing soil organism populations, and week 1 or 2 of flower, they can't help themselves and they spray the microbutanol, and it completely decimates soil organisms. My guess is that part of it is the drift that falls down, and then the other part is the plant disposing of it in the roots. Because if you foliar feed with something beneficial like fulvic acid, that will have a positive stimulation effect on the soil organism communities. So it goes both ways. And so that's why we moved to like potassium silicate. Like there's a fungicide called Silmatrix that's just extremely concentrated ag sil. Instead of the 7.8%, it's like a 20%. And that's an EPA registered fungicide. So to become an EPA registered fungicide, you have to prove effect, right? So it had to be proven effective to even be called a fungicide in the United States. So we already see that like potassium silicate can have some, contact killing effects, or reducing effects of powdery mildew. You start adding different essential oils in it. It's not magic. I'm not saying that it's as effective as Sulfur X. I'm not saying it's as effective, but what I am saying is if soil chemistry is close to ideal, biological populations are great, that's all you need at that point. You don't need, and the pest people are, blow their top when I say stuff like that because they feel threatened, like we're not going to need bug people. Like we're still going to need bug people. I'm not making those wild claims, but really, like until this aphid thing popped in about a year and a half ago, we've been able to control all pest problems with very basic measures. We also work with hydroponic people as well because we've gotten good at commercial systems and just surviving the commercial process. We've actually worked with larger hydroponic facilities than we've worked with living soil facilities because there's currently a little bit of a glass ceiling on living soil facilities. There's not a glass ceiling on hydroponic facilities. So the largest um, living soil facilities we've worked with have been slightly smaller than the largest hydroponic facilities we've worked with, believe it or not. And we've worked with several hydroponic cultivators that are growing sensitive varieties like OGs and OG crosses that are battling mold issues, that have had trouble transitioning to the regulated space because they've relied on microbutanol for decades. You get them to foliar feed like a fulvic acid, aloe vera, potassium silicate mixture, which I'm not sure who that originally came from. I don't know if it was Clackamas Coot or somebody else within the living soil. It's definitely not my recipe. But you put that in the hands of a hydroponic facility, their mold will go away most times. Because what happens is the fulvic acid accelerates phosphate movement. So if you can accelerate phosphate movement, you accelerate the uptake of all nutrients because all nutrients but like three need a phosphate molecule to get into the plant. So as you apply the fulvic acid, you're accelerating the plant's ability to build cells. When you give the aloe vera, you get the benefits of the salicylic acid, which most of us are familiar with. It triggers that systemic or systemic SAR, systemic acquired resistance, I guess, or whatever the acronym is. But anyways, immune system goes into overdrive and it gets supported. And then the potassium silicate forms a physical barrier and provides some level of protection from the powdery mildew. And that's a recipe that we've tried to use, tried to overuse. Like there's been certain projects where I was there on a day-to-day basis. It's not all the time, but there's been a couple projects where I've been there every day for 3 or 4 months. Um, and I get to go crazy. And, I sprayed that aloe vera fulvic acid mixture every single day for 3 weeks on a property that was ravaged. And it never seemed to cause a problem. I don't think that's necessary. But what's important about that is it's clearly not negatively impacting the metabolism of the plant, which is the first question. Most people on the internet like to glorify the variegation, the little, the kind of camouflage look on the leaf, or have different colors of, right, the different colors of green. Yeah, so the variegation. In my experience, most often that's actually from phytotoxicity. So over application of a pesticide, too high of concentration of a pesticide, or a sunlight injury to the plant from the pesticide. And so, that's why Susan Wainwright is always championing Sufoil because it's extremely low cost, it's extremely effective, and there's zero phytotoxicity effects. And when she says that, I don't think people understand the magnitude of that statement. Whereas earlier I said Avid made a physiological change to where people that know what it looks like and are familiar with the genetics, they can tell you if it was sprayed with that Avid because of the way it changes the leaf and the color. And so that phytotoxic effect is extreme. And to what degree? Did it kill the plant? Did it torch the plant? Or did it just, give it diarrhea for 3 days? You know what I mean? Like we don't, like what's the level of detriment? That used to be my old kind of crass analysis. It's like, okay, you can give a pesticide or you can give a protein shake and a balanced mineral diet full of vibrant food, and it's like if you're a plant and you eat Del Taco 2 meals a day for 5 days, like your stomach's going to be messed up. If you're trying to be a bodybuilder and you're living on fast food alone, it's going to take you longer to get to your goals from somebody that's eating healthy food choices, balanced protein, carbohydrates, whatever, right? And you might still become a bodybuilder, but you're going to get there with some intestinal discomfort and I would assume some hindered gains and maybe some negative health effects. And that's the, the best way I feel like I can correlate these concepts in regard to pest control strategies.
No, that I find it interesting that you weren't. I mean, you mentioned the aloe vera as a systemic acquired resistance response, but there's several other IPMs I know that are biological, like Regalia, Venerate, Grandivo, some of those. The one that really I've been curious about and I haven't used is the Bavaria bassiana. I know that's a predatory type fungal on the aphids, and when you mentioned the aphid, that's what I'm just wondering if there was a reason that that wasn't in the lineup you had said there.
Bovera bassiana is very popular in the last couple of years, and so it's a biological control agent or a biocontrol agent, and it's a variety of fungus that will, essentially turn bugs into a mushroom, I guess you could say. So it's I don't know what the exact technical science terms, but it's a parasitic host, or it's a parasitic biocontrol agent for pests. So again, we come back to this accountability issue. Um, is the manufacturer, the Boveri bassiana, producing viable Boveri bassiana? We ran through several years where there was no viable mycorrhizal spores in the products. From 2014 to 2016, everybody was talking about microspores, but nobody had microspores in their product.
Wow.
And so the first question with any sort of biological control agent is the manufacturer manufacturing it in a way that leads to viable spores of what they say is in there? Does the distribution chain lend itself to the viability of those spores? Did the storage of those products in transit to you lend itself to the viability of spores? And your storage of that product at your property, is that leading to the viability of the spores? Your method of application, is that leading to the viability of those spores? And so for me personally, Boveri bassiana is very complicated. On top of that, it doesn't live forever. You activate it, you spray it, and from what I understand, it hangs around for 3 to 4 days, and then it's done what it's done, and then you got to reapply. And so for me, we have every farm that we work with recently ask us about it. I haven't had a situation where it was a magic cure-all. I think anytime you can use a natural strategy to deal with a problem, that's a good choice, right? So instead of spraying a pesticide, we can spray some type of biological control agent. I think that's great. I just say, as a consumer, how do you know that you actually got viable Bovera bassiana? How do you know that you mixed it and sprayed it in a way that was conducive to life? And how did that play out? So when all those factors line up, sounds great. I just, I've seen varying levels of success. If you're spraying chemicals, or if you've been spraying pesticides in your plastic tank spray rig, and then you put Volvera bassiana, how many residuals are, there's so many factors, right? So many factors. It's like compost tea. Like we just say compost tea and it's right. And that's, I think it's good that this community has considerations and concerns for intention. It's good to have intentions. Intentions definitely positively or negatively affect your outcome in your cultivation space. But you can't just say, I made a happy compost tea and it's it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
you need to know that you're dealing with these things in a way that's hospitable. So there's not a lot of places you can get the Boveri bassiana. There's only a few manufacturers of it. And I'm not personally qualified to say You know, some things we can put, like you can take a mycorrhizal product and you can put it on the microscope, and I could say with a reasonable level of degree that those are not viable mycorrhizal spores. But you know, I can't say that with um, Beauveria bassiana personally. So yeah, that's one of the major obstacles. And again, you know, we're in this infancy of biological aspects that's remarkably free of accountability from those people that make products. And so, you know, it circles back to what I said in the beginning, like, you know, are the manufacturers of these products producing something that's viable? Because I saw it with mycorrhizal spores. There was a solid 2-year period where we didn't see a viable spore coming from a United States manufacturer for over 2 years. You would see trichoderma spores, but the mycorrhizal spores were, what do they call it? They're kind of like premature. It's like a premature baby. Like it's the shape of a baby, but it's not alive. That's maybe a bad reference, but nonetheless, like they were the manufacturing process of the mycorrhizal spores were creating stillborn mycorrhizal spores.
Yeah,
um,
I
I
get
don't
what
know
you're
how.
saying, 'cause I've heard that
Yeah,
similar thing before with the trichoderma and being predominant in some of those mixes. But
yeah, that came from Dr. Lane's work. That's, you know, that's what was happening when we tapped in. And during that time period, we were in a drought, especially in California. So everybody was talking and being sold mycorrhizal spores were the solution for drought. And you know, people were putting on metric tons of mycorrhizal spores. And when you take the root system and you look at them under a microscope with either UV light or an epifluorescent light, you can see colonization. You can clearly see it's not colonizing. And so we would run into all these farmers as soil food web consultants or advocates, and they'd be using pounds and pounds and pounds of microspores, and you would pull the root system, and there was no signs of inoculation. So the mycorrhizal spores, when they inoculate the root system, they'll glow under a UV light. So if you have either a stereo microscope or compound light microscope, you can put the roots either on a cover slip or you can put them onto the stage of a stereoscope, and you can shine a UV light at them. And where the mycorrhizal spores are colonized on the roots, they glow. And so what was happening during that period is there wasn't viable mycorrhizal spores in the product, but they were viable trichoderma spores. And trichoderma are like a lower level, um, kind of similar animal to mycorrhizal spores in that they can perform some similar functions. So people were seeing a benefit, not knowing that they weren't also getting the mycorrhizal spores. And then so when, again, same with the compost, when you put viable mycorrhizal spores in the hands of a farmer that thinks they've been using mycorrhizal spores, usually they're shocked with the outcome, you know, because it's profound.
yeah,
And the spores that Dr. Elaine found that were very viable, it's still the one we use to this day, 5 years later, and it still works, you know. So that's my hang up with the biocontrols, the Beauveria bassiana is, you know, and I'm not saying it's all problematic. I'm just recircling back, like what is in that product, and did the way we use it, was that conducive to survivability and establishment of that organism in our cultivation space?
absolutely.
And when that happens, yeah, it turns ants into a mushroom, just like on the Google images.
Which everybody wants to see too, right? You're battling a bug.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
man, pop them into mushrooms.
Who doesn't want to see that, right? Like they've been causing you problems and being a dick all this time. I want to see you turn into a mushroom. You know?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and it's interesting you talk about that too, where they need certain, there's certain things that got to happen for these systems that we talk about to work, and we often talk about them in like maybe a static sense, where it's actually a dynamic system that's operate. You know, I mean, it's like me and you are talking here while there's people in China that are doing all these things, and there's, I mean, people on the other side. We got a guy from Australia that's listening in. There's totally different commerce and different things happening on that side of the planet, and that's the dynamic of the world, right? Like it's similar in the soil system too in a lot of ways. One I did want to ask you about was commonly we look for, I mean, Azos is the brand or whatever. There's others, but there's the nitrogen fixing bacteria, and I was listening to another soil food web person, Christine Jones. I don't think she's soil food web, so to speak, but she talks a lot about that. But she made the comment that those nitrogen fixing biology actually need an anaerobic environment to do the nitrogen fixing. But I, I don't know if that's, yeah, the look on your face isn't saying the same, um,
Well,
but she was saying like they form the nodules on the legumes. So she's in the ag world talking about it, but even free living ones would need to have um, the anaerobic space in there to actually be fixing that biology.
okay, so yeah. At first, I'm leery of any conversations about anaerobic being beneficial. That's the weird face. Like I said, I have a hard time.
Gotcha.
But so now the actual fixation inside the root probably is anaerobic. So there's probably some truth to what she's saying. Um, I would have to check. But what is important is here's something, again, it speaks to the conditions for success. So people love to talk about the nitrogen fixation of clover and how we have to have it in our system. Well, pull out some of those root systems. One, do you even have nodules? You don't have little wart looking nodules on the roots. You're definitely not having nitrogen fixation. If you do have nodules, cut them in half with a razor blade and look in the center. It should look like a medium rare steak, because the one thing that I do know, to have nitrogen fixation, you have to have the presence of an iron molecule called heme, and so it gives a red tint like rust. And so without the presence of this heme molecule, they don't fully complete the nitrogen cycle. So, I don't want to assert that I know everything about nitrogen fixing bacteria, but there are things that they need. And so the real obstacle of, the grower at any scale is to bring these conversations into the forefront. We've had to be simple. But like you said, these systems are so remarkably dynamic that the top scientists in the field are admitting they're only able to identify maybe 10 to 20% of the actual species of even one family of animals, bacteria, right? So, but there are things that we do know, and we need to somehow get from generalized word saying and buzzword saying to a more specific functional understanding of these systems that's applicable to our context. I'm not saying that every grower needs to dive in as deep as I have. That's why I did it. So you don't have to do it. It was clear when I went through it that shit was hard and not many people were going to make it through. And it was further confirmed when I was sitting in a room with 12 people that were certified, like, I was like, damn, people are not going to be with this. So I should do it. Um, and I take a lot of enjoyment in communicating what I've learned. The problem is, if I really honestly communicate what we found, it becomes very problematic with brands, influencers, people that want to maintain their grip on the market. And so that's why I don't share a lot, because, just,
Well,
people
you're
get
battling upstream at that point. That's the problem with it
Well,
too.
and people get it twisted. I'm trying to help farmers stay off the suicide watch list and make an impact on the market. And if I talk about something that's problematic, people automatically go to I have some sort of ulterior motive and I'm trying to slam people. And it's like literally could not be further from the point. I'm trying to anchor some level of reasonable, respectable accountability and strategies for success. That's my ulterior motive, you know. But I, it's we have to be so careful in even talking about products names. Today I've been really sloppy saying Eagle 20 and Avid. That could put me in a situation to get sued by those companies for disparaging their products. So I should be more appropriate and say, so what Dr. Lane told us. in as like, there's a certain point where you get through the school enough, and she's like, all right, here's how you survive, and one of those really valuable bits of advice was like, look, when you're talking about products, you can't say Eagle 20. You need to say products like, and then you mention the active ingredient, and then she said it's safest to mention at least one other product that it's in. So instead of saying Eagle 20, I should really be saying, when people use systemic fungicides like microbutanol, which is found in whatever, right?
Yep.
And that's how I can speak from a scientific standpoint. Having said that, we've definitely gotten, talked to about shit. Because when I first came out, I was like, why aren't people saying this? People need to say it. And I just would say it. And I didn't realize how problematic that could be. So I just don't, we say everything to our clients, people that are in that relationship, we're allowed to be a little bit more open. Obviously, when we're working with a regulated facility and they're going to use a product that we've already seen time and again be problematic, we then talk about it. But if I just jump on social media or whatever, like this, that, and the third, I'm at least getting a cease and desist notice. I'm at least getting harassed on social media by the minions of the people that I spoke against. Worst case situation, I'm getting sued. We've had some really weird shit go down. So I just, what do you do?
I gotta say, man, I do appreciate you. Take it is a risk, like you say. That's your career. I mean, you say one wrong thing, and all of a sudden people are not calling you or wanting to drop your service. And that is a risk. So I do appreciate that. That being said, I know it's been a couple hours. I don't know if you're still doing all right. I know you had some slides maybe if it came up, we could share or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
yeah. I'm just free flowing with you. I think it's cool. I think it could be helpful to show a couple slides. I think it'll help people wrap their mind around some of the things that I'm talking about. And what I'm going to show is some snippets from what's kind of been the evolution of my workshop series. So, it keeps evolving a little bit as we go. And it's now on our website. It's in a password protected section, but I'm going to just upload it to YouTube. So I'll probably get that to you so you can put it to the show notes or something, where it's located. So if somebody wants to go watch the hour and 45-minute version of what I'm trying to communicate, they can do that. But I'll just kind of blast through a couple key points that will put a visual image into the minds of people so they know where I'm coming from. And, because the real obstacle is like, I'll make my statements based on a astronomical amount of measurement and advice, but it's hard to communicate that even here. We've been talking for 2 hours, and if I was to describe the process that it took for me to understand that there's some problems with neem oil, it would take the entire hour and a half, and so it's very difficult to kind of condense these things down into a little bit of chunks, and we don't want to minimize how complicated the system is. Like I said, it took me a year and a half to be qualified to do the microscope analysis under the old availability. But even after I went through Dr. Elaine's 16-week first module, it was like a year and a half from when I went through that internet class, worked diligently doing samples for everybody that would send it to me, working with a few commercial farms. It took a year and a half of that process before I could sit down at the dinner table with Dr. Elaine and like bro down. It's so complicated, all these interactions. And I'm not saying that to discourage people from looking into it. I'm just trying to communicate the hurdles and obstacles between what I know and understand based off of what I've seen and the gap between the people that don't have any reference point for that. And so, my original offering for that was these workshops that started in 2016, because it's just too hard to communicate through social media. And like I said, if I put this on, you get all the howlers out. But I just wanted to go through a couple visual images. I think that they can help people understand a little bit better. And then, you know, if they're so inclined, they can go watch the hour and 45-minute video. There's 2 other workshops that I've done in person that I haven't gotten a chance to turn into a digital format. Like I said, I'm not a great content producer. I'm a great researcher. I'm a great consultant. I'm not that good at content. You can even see on the video I linked, that was one of my best offerings of video, and it's a little awkward, and the audio sucks, and I don't know.
You're not editing it.
I'm honestly doing my best, but it's like I get so consumed with my work that that's what I enjoy doing. And to be clear, the market hasn't been ready for all this. I've been trying to communicate these things on social media since 2015, and I would say that kind of tipping point of collective consciousness really kind of clicked in the last, I'd say 6 to 8 months, where I would say the market is ready for what I was trying to communicate in like 2015, 2016. And so I think the education of the average consumer or grower, the Elaine work has been more accessible. And so the education is growing, the awareness is growing, and you know, we just have to go from there now. But like I said, my attempt at distilling it down is, you know, through these various workshops and then putting them in video format. And there's still 2 other workshop topics I need to get on video very soon. So I'll get that together. All that stuff will go on to our same account, Progressive Methods. So if you just go subscribe to that, when I finally get around to getting my shit together and producing some content, you'll get a notification. And then our website's always a good place to check. We usually put little light boxes that pop up for whatever might be happening that's new.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check the website out for sure.
Um,
Sounds like there's interesting stuff there.
yeah, let me let me do a little share screen here.
Yeah.
And I'll work through a little bit of slides. There we go. Can you all see that now?
Yep.
I guess we could get rid of that. Let's get this out of the way. Oh, yeah, there goes hide. All right, so this is a little presentation that we put together that I call the Science of Living Soil Systems. It started out as a workshop in 2016 in Grass Valley called Bridging the Gap, which was the original intention, like I said, was try to distill down what I had learned from working very intimately with Dr. Elaine and then working with, like I said, very large scale cannabis farms and really tried to put that into actionable strategies. And kind of where I started was with this. Back when I took that first compost microscope, like I said, I could only afford the compost and 1 day at a microscope, and I was able to kind of corral Dr. Elaine. I was able to corral Dr. Elaine and ask her for more stuff. I was like, you know, at that time there wasn't much online, and you really couldn't find much of her work. And so I said, you know, between now and the next time that I can meet you at a workshop, what can I study? And that sounds funny. The wife's topping off the water. I was drinking out of the bottle, so it doesn't sound like I'm peeing. But you know, I pulled Dr. Lane aside and said, you know, what can I study between now and the next time I get to see you? And she says, well, pretty much the essence and, you know, main foundation for my work is found in the Ecological monograph, 1985. And so I wrote down that on my notes, Ecological monograph, 1985, and then I started searching the internet. If you type in Ecological monograph, 1985, and then you type in Elaine Ingham, you get literally thousands and thousands of responses in Google Scholar. So I wasn't ever able to find the paper. I spent a week or two goofing around on Google Scholar, tried finding it. I couldn't figure out what the heck she was talking about. And one of my friends was going through a upper graduate program for biology, and I just told him what I was looking for. And so he went to the university library and looked it up. And it turns out the paper is actually called Interactions of Bacteria, Fungi, and Their Nematode Grazers, Effects on Nutrient Cycling and Plant Growth, which is found within Ecological Monograph of 1985. And so essentially the main body of Dr. Lane's work is as old as 1985. And just to give you some kind of reference point for peer-reviewed studies, you know, I have a childhood friend. His dad is an advisor for the USDA. He's very respected in the citrus world, and he makes a lot of decisions for citrus growers. He has 3 publications. Those average the peer-reviewed publications average 1 to 3 pages. This ecological monograph by Dr. Lane Ingham is 12 pages. Last time I checked, Dr. Lane has something like 100 peer-reviewed publications. So when you take my friend's dad, who's very respected in the citrus world, he has 3 publications that are 2 pages long. Dr. Lane has 100 peer-reviewed publications. And I don't think people can really wrap their mind around it. Like internet people and other influencers and owners of businesses love to discredit Dr. Lane, not realizing that you're trying to discredit someone that did a scientific research project. They offered it for peer review. Other scientists reviewed it. In some situations, they recreate it and they sign off on it. So to get published in Ecological Monograph, Dr. Lane had to put together this journal, had to share it with her peers, and they anonymously critique it. If it doesn't pass the critique, it doesn't get published. That's why peer-reviewed work is valuable. Now, granted, there's some corruption in all things, and so there is some shenanigans that goes on. But I think people really need to let that simmer in their brain, that when they try to argue with what Dr. Lane is saying in respect to biological populations and communities, you're arguing with somebody that over 100 times other scientists have agreed with, you know? And I don't know, that just kind of blew me away. But so nonetheless, my buddy looked this up in the school library. He sent it over to me. He sent over like 8 other publications of hers that he also found. And I just tried to work through it. And for a pot smoker, I'm pretty good at digesting scientific publications. On this particular paper, it literally took me 2 weeks of reading a paragraph, highlighting a word, looking up that concept, trying to understand what that concept meant in the context. Like it was a lot. You know, and for that stage of my development as a researcher, it took like 2 weeks to break this down. What I found in there was amazing, and I immediately started implementing some of the things that I learned in this, and that literally what paved our way to be the commercial consultants we are now. And so within this publication, there was several graphs. This is one graph that I'm going to try and break down. And so essentially what they did was they took little petri dishes and they took soil and they sterilized it. And then they planted wheat seeds in that petri dish and then they grew it for 100 days. And so on this side of the graph, we have the above ground biomass in grams. So at the end of the 100 days, they cut off the grass at the top of the petri dish and they weighed it. Down here along the bottom, we have the days that the study lasted. And then these are the groups. So they had 5 different groups. The first group was the control, which is the plant in sterile soil. So they put all the soil in the autoclave and sterilized it. P and B is plant plus bacteria. So that's the first level of soil food web. PBF is plant, bacteria, and fungi. So you have the plant, you have bacteria, which is the potential for nutrients. And then you have the fungi, which create aeration, structure, and oxygenation of the root zone. The next group is PBB, which is plant plus bacteria, and the little b is a bacterial feeding nematode. So then we have, right, we have plant, we have bacteria and the potential for nutrients, and a predator making those nutrients plant available. And then the final group was PBFF, so that's plant, bacteria, fungi, and fungal feeding nematodes. So essentially they wanted to compare, you know, what happens when you have different levels of predator to prey interactions. So the first line I have on here is the black line, which is the plant and sterile soil group. And so from 0 to 100, this was the above ground biomass of that plant mass across 100 days. So this next slide adds in the plant plus bacteria. So you can see that simply adding bacteria to a sterile soil leads to a considerable increase in above ground biomass in as little as 40 days and a significant increase in biomass across the 100 days. So simply starting, like you said, bugs in a jug, right? So bugs in a jug is significantly better than a sterile soil. When you start to add the plant bacteria and fungi, then we have another considerable increase in above ground biomass that happens very rapidly and continues to be greater than bacteria. When I saw this, what I saw was the life cycle of cannabis. And so this little green dotted line I added in around 30 days. And so if we take a clone and we transplant it into a soil, most people spend 2 to 3 weeks vegging that clone before they flower it. And when I saw this graph, I saw above ground biomass at the end of veg. And when you look at the difference between sterile soil plus bacteria and plus fungi, I was like, yo, where do I get fungi, right? And at that time, it was extremely hard to find fungi in anything. I was able to find it in 1 or 2 bag composts, but it was very few and far between. But again, so as a living soil cultivator that's on a schedule, you are rewarded by the above ground biomass increase by adding better and more comprehensive levels of the soil food web. So when we add the next layer, we've got plant plus bacteria plus bacterial feeding nematode. It's very similar to the slope and increase in plant growth that we have with bacterial and fungi, but then it does start to edge out. It gets a little bit more above ground biomass. So when I look at that, I say, okay, this purple line, we have the potential for nutrients and we have oxygen to the root zone. That provides good biomass. But when we add nutrient cycling, we actually get more above ground biomass than we would with just potential for nutrients and oxygen to the root zone. When we take this one step further and add the plant plus bacteria plus fungi and fungal feeding nematodes, again, same thing. We get a little bit quicker jump to 20 days because now we're getting the release of nitrogen from a fungal component, which is a little bit more prolific than a bacterial component, so you can get out the gates a little bit harder. And it all kind of follows the same kind of growth. When I finally got to meet Dr. Elaine, I asked her about this graph, and I said, at the 100 days, why do they all bunch together? I would think that somewhere these would take off and be significantly different. And she says, keep in mind that we were growing grass in a petri dish for 100 days, and at a certain point, they all got really root bound. And she said, if you were to repeat this in an appropriate soil volume, then yes, somewhere here at this 60 days, these other assemblages of organisms would continue up. And you probably wouldn't see just bacteria group around these. So that's the one asterisk with this graph is the context of the situation. If we draw an imaginary line at 80 days, which is kind of how long cannabis is from start to finish, and you compare a sterile soil with just bacteria to the outcomes of above ground biomass, you're talking about 30 to 40% increase in above ground biomass when you're simply growing grass in a petri dish. And so, when you think about the implications of cannabis, they're dramatic. And so if you think about the life cycle of a commercial or really any size facility, and you appropriately apply the assemblages of soil food web organisms, you get significantly more above ground biomass. When you get this larger above ground biomass in the same period of time that you would normally get this much, you have 2 options. You can simply start to flower a larger plant, or you can back the calendar up to where the above ground biomass matches where you would typically get with bacteria. So it's very common when we come online with a living soil farm, even if they're, internet famous and respected, when we come in and add appropriate levels of soil organisms to their system, it's very common to reduce a week of time from their schedule. And so, it's very common that we can reduce the veg time by about a week. It doesn't necessarily shorten the flowering time, but because you're able to pick up a week here and there in the transplant small container phase, it does allow you to run 10-week varieties in a commercial market, which is very rare. So the living soil clients that we work with, it opens up another option to run longer varieties, because if you accelerate the vegetative plant growth, it allows it to fit within the calendar. Most of the farms that we work with just flower bigger plants and get more yield. We've had a couple farms that increase the schedule, so they shorten the time by a week. Even if you shorten the time by a week, you're still usually flowering a bigger plant. Whoops. And I guess to kind of give you a comparison is, of the hundreds and hundreds of samples we've done for cannabis growers of all sizes, most people would fall within this range between the black and green line as far as biological populations. And so there's a tremendous amount of improvement above what people already think is good. And why does that work? Well, it works because a concept of ecological succession. We have to be really careful when we're talking about biology in a simplistic form, as if all biology is the same biology, because when we look to nature, it's clearly not. And so there's this concept called ecological succession, and it's the movement of an ecosystem from bare rock or major disturbance event like a flood or something that really wiped out the ecosystem like a volcanic eruption. That's the start of ecological succession, and it progressively moves more complex until you eventually get to an old growth forest. And so we go from bare rock to early successional grasses, to mid-successional plants, to deciduous and coniferous trees, and eventually we end up at an old growth forest. What people don't have a reference point or understand is that as the above ground biomass of the ecosystem evolves, becomes bigger and more complex, the below ground biomass of organism changes radically as well. And this is where Dr. Lane's work, I think, is really underestimated and undervalued, in that she's surveyed all these different ecosystems in her 4 decades of work. Sarah and I, like I said, we've done ecological restoration with the National Resource Conservation Group. We've done actual environmental repair with government agencies in the state. We've done biological analysis of forest ecosystems, and the little work that we've done in compared to Dr. Lane's 4 decades is similar. We see these similar patterns, right? And so these little dots are meant to represent different organisms. So the blue dots are bacteria, the orange dots are fungi, the green dots are protozoa, which is the predators of bacteria. Down here we got purple nematodes, and then the big guys, the arthropods, the little crab looking guys are above that. And so if you go to a early successional ecosystem, like a parking lot or an agricultural field or a place that just had a disturbance or rototillering or just a new ecosystem, it will be almost entirely bacteria just by itself. And as you move along in succession, you can see that the ratio between bacteria and fungi changes. So this is where the people that use the buzzwords of fungal dominance, they use fungi to bacteria ratios. This is what they're actually talking about. When we first met Dr. Lane, we asked, well, where does cannabis fall? And it kind of falls in this range. It's not quite old growth forest, but it's definitely not early successional grasses and primary species plants. And it does have some relationship of fungi to bacteria that we speculate, if cannabis naturally evolved in an ecosystem, which is hard to now go quantify, but Dr. Lane suspects that cannabis would naturally evolve somewhere around a 1-to-1 on up to a 5-to-1, meaning that when you measure the biomass of fungi and bacteria, the total biomass of fungi and bacteria should be relatively equal on up to 5 times the fungal biomass of the bacterial biomass. And I also have to put a asterisk in that this isn't the entirety of it. Fungi to bacteria ratios is not the end all be all, but it's the easiest concept to start the conversation about the concept of desirable ratios of soil organisms in the soil. So we can still have tremendous outcomes in cannabis when we're below this 1-to-1. But definitely when we approach that range and exceed it, the results are, I call them fish stories. People don't believe you.
Yeah.
And so it gets really hard for the average cultivator that doesn't have a microscope to understand how we could assert such things. But if you look under a microscope, these are very clear, right? So this is a microscope sample of a soil that would be somewhere over here, right? So we're over here in succession. And, you know, just looking at it, you got these red arrows. These are pointing to what look like clear rocks. Those are little pieces of mineral that have yet to be habitated on the surface by bacteria. So this one with the green has a darker color. That darker color is coming from the bacteria that are stuck to the surface of that mineral, and they are now digesting that rock and producing humic acids. And so their ranges in color from light tan to dark brown, which is the color of fulvic and humic acids, which are the result of organic matter decomposition by biology. What you'll also notice is not all of the rocks are covered with bacteria. You have some here, you have some over here, but you'll notice that these pieces are all very individualized. They're all separate and they're spaced out, and there's a lot of gaps here. Bacteria are the first step to ecosystem development, and the first step is, like I said, covering the surface of the rock. The second step is called microaggregation, because the bacteria producing alkaline glues, all the little bits start to stick together. And so over time, as this ecosystem develops, this piece and this piece and this piece and this piece would all start to clump together. Once that starts to happen, then you can now have the oxygen in the root zone that's adequate to have fungal development. If you were to take an average image of the cannabis samples that we've seen, coming from the smallest of the small to the largest of the large, they look like this. So if you do have a microscope and you're wondering where you're at, put 1 part soil and 4 parts water in any sort of vessel. If you have a test tube, great. If you have a mason jar, fine. But just keep that relative ratio of 1 part soil to 4 parts water. Gently shake it 20 times. Take out 1 drop, put it onto a cover slip, and then look at it. This particular image is at 400 times magnification. So that's the usually the strongest or second strongest magnification. Sometimes microscope will have a 100 times magnification, but we never use that. We always use the 5, 10, or excuse me, 500 and 400 times magnification. So this would be the 400 times magnification. If you start to look at a soil that is more advanced in the biological populations, that is approaching what we would determine as fungal dominant, starts to look like this. So we have the microaggregates starting to stick together, forming macroaggregation. So now you can see, instead of hundreds of little bits all in the field of view, they're making 7 or 8 different islands. So this is a visual sign of ecosystem development, that you don't need the full functional math skills of performing the quantitative analysis. You can just look. This green arrow is pointing to a fungi. We know it's a beneficial fungi because it has this little divider, which is called a septa. It's really hard to tell in this particular image because this fungi was used to be the rebar holding all the things together, and we smashed it to crap while putting the sample together, so it got all a little bit deformed. But we know this is a good fungi because the side walls of the fungi are a consistent distance apart from end to end. And the septa, again, it's hard to tell in this particular image, but they're a consistent distance apart. We don't need to know all the species names. We don't need to do DNA sampling. Dr. Lane has figured that if you follow certain parameters and class objects in the field of view that fall within those parameters into a grouping, it's very valuable information. One of those is a beneficial fungi is light tan or dark brown in color. Its body width is consistent in distance all the way from end to end, and it has consistent distance between the septa. If it fits those categories, we put it into the beneficial fungi category. And when we do that, it's very solid. This little blue one is pointing to actinobacteria. So a bacteria is the little small guy there. And actinobacteria actually form a chain. And so they make these hyphae looking strands. But really what it is, if you zoom in, it's hard to tell, but they're little dots.
Yeah.
And they all link together and they form a chain. The way you know it's actinobacteria is it goes in and out of focus. Bacteria are the smallest thing that you can get in focus in the field of view. And as a measurement device, we call them 1 micrometer across. And so this is 1 micrometer wide by however long it is. Beneficial fungi should be 3 bacteria wide or wider. And so if we zoom in here and we use the width of this as a measurement stick for 1, we can line it up here, you know, and figure out how wide that fungi is. And I would say that's like a 4, you know, 3.5, 4, 5 maybe. And as long as it's more than 3, it goes into the good category. That easy. So that's what we would classify as a good fungi. This would be actinobacteria. This is a sample that I took from the edge of the forest way back in the day. This is one of the first pictures I took when I went looking for samples. And this is what we would call fungal dominant, that people like to say. This comes from an ecosystem that, oops, sorry about that. It comes from an ecosystem that would be in here somewhere, right? So what we're talking about with cannabis, you know, it might be is way over here. I wasn't able to do the full math when I took this photo. My guess would be it's somewhere in a 5-to-1 or greater. And look at all this beautiful brown fungal hyphae. You can see that the sidewalls are very consistent in distance from end to end. You can see the septa is here. If you're physically sitting at the microscope, you can adjust the focus to get more things clear and you can really examine this little monster. But I feel very confident that these would be very beneficial fungi because they're breaking down organic matter and they're turning it brown, which is the presence of humic acids. Humic acid is the end of organic matter decomposition as a compound. And again, you know, you don't have little rocks and stuff spread throughout. They're all clumped together in these big, big hunks. So when you have this level of fungi, it takes all those little aggregates and it holds them together with tremendous pore space. That pore space allows oxygenation into the root zone. Most people that have grown cannabis know that oxygenation in the root zone is extremely important. And so people love to say fungal dominant, and I always ask by what measure and what does it look like? It doesn't look like this or even like this. It's nowhere near fungal dominant. Most people, when they say fungal dominant, they're talking about this. And this is what I would classify as an undesirable fungi, more specifically an omycete, which since I've become qualified to do the microscope, they were reclassed, I think, in the last few years. So this would actually, we call it fungi, but it's actually more similar to a protozoa, which is the family of organisms that eats bacteria. And it does make hyphae, and but notice there's no septa. Notice that the diameter changes greatly from end to end, and it's clear. There's a lot of debate, and anytime I try to educate the community through social media, I get burned at the stake for suggesting that this isn't the case, because the pioneers that started the education process for organic farmers were incredibly incorrect, unfortunately. And anybody that takes a serious step towards education and goes through Dr. Lane's program, it's very clear that the previous pioneers missed it pretty bad. So what has happened is the original photos online of what fungi is look something like this, because these are very easy to get. To get these fungi, all you have to do is brew for more than 24 hours and overfeed the recipe. You're guaranteed to get these guys. And so this is a situation where specificity is needed. Right now, we're trying to play basketball with a golf ball. And this is not the right organism for fungal dominance. And so a lot of the activities that we do are based off creating this guy. And when you do that, you're going to battle mold problems for sure. When this organism, as a biomass populations, gets to 15 to 20% of this organism's biomass, you start to run into mold problems. When this organism's biomass exceeds this organism's biomass, you're definitely battling mold problems. And if it exceeds it egregiously, you might end up at rust mold. And so for somebody that understands the proper identification of organisms as generally accepted in science outside of the cannabis industry, it's pretty easy to see that these guys are different. And then, you know, other things are very visible. This is a bacterial feeding nematode. This is probably this is the 400x magnification. This one is curved, so it barely fits within the 400x magnification. Normally, the nematodes are a little bit bigger than the field of view. And then they have very easy to, well, they have aspects to their taxonomy that allow you to identify them. Sometimes it's hard to see them, and it takes a little practice. This is a bacterial feeding nematode. We know it's a bacterial feeding nematode because it fits certain characteristics. These green arrows point to the little mashers that squish up bacteria, and typically bacterial feeding nematodes have two of these. There's one at the front and the one at the back, and these are called a bulb, a median bulb and a whatever not middle would be. So it's got two of them. And then it's suited for sucking up bacteria, so it's got a little Hoover mouth. So it has like a little channel where it can suck the bacteria up. I used to have a video where this guy was moving in action, and this little guy was pumping, was going, and this was going, and then you could see all the bacteria moving through its intestines. It was really cool. And so we can very clearly identify what is there and what is good and what is bad, what leads to undesirable health results and what leads to good results, if we understand what we're looking for. And this is an interesting little slide that I had in the presentation. David Johnson has kind of continued the university efforts of Dr. Lane for Soil Food Web. You should go look into him. He's got some cool composting strategies. He's got some interesting videos. But essentially, this was a slide I pulled from a study that they did where they took biologically complete compost, they blended it with the nursery soil to yield a different fungi to bacteria ratio. So if we take a population, or rather a biomass number for fungi, and we take a biomass of number of bacteria and we divide those, so we divide the fungal biomass by the bacterial biomass, we get a value. So for this 0.04, that means that the fungi was significantly lower than the bacterial biomass, so we get a number less than 1. Over here, the fungi is greater than the bacteria, so we get a number greater than 1, right? In this particular situation, I think they were growing bell beans. And you know, it's very easy to see visibly that there's a considerable enhancement of above ground biomass when we increase the populations of what we would put into the classification of beneficial soil fungi. Yeah. What's interesting is for the first, I would say for the first 3 years, so from 2014 to 2017, I did a bunch of soil samples for people on social media and just in my network, and I calculated this fungi to bacteria. The most common number I got was a 0.09 and a 0.12, and I'm not exactly sure why those two numbers popped up the most, but that was the most common fungi to bacteria ratio of a living soil cannabis garden was 0.04 And that number, according to Dr. Lane, should be somewhere around a 1. So we're, 96 points away from the starting of the ecosystem that cannabis should have naturally evolved in. And so from 2014 to 2017, the most common numbers, like I said, were 0.09, 0.12. The highest F to B ratio of a farm outside of one we were working with directly was a 0.23. And that 0.23 held up for a couple years. And then after the workshops that we started doing, we started getting people in contact with Better Compost, and those numbers collectively as a community started to go up. And like I said early on, the F to B ratio isn't everything, and you necessarily shouldn't focus on it. But like I said, it's the easiest ratio to communicate to people that aren't familiar with this, to start to introduce the concepts of there is a balance and there is a ratio and there is a population that leads to better results and more improved outcomes. I can tell you that if you get from a 0.09, 0.12 range up to around this 0.84, so not even into these extravagant ranges, the most common improvement to your property will usually be somewhere around a 20 to 40% increase in all categories. So yield, we've increased potency, so total cannabinoids, we've increased those by 20 to 30, 35% by taking a farm from a 0.09 to a 0.75. So still not even getting into this 1 to 5 range that supposedly cannabis might have evolved from. You just got to get it out of the parking lot and out of the bare rock zone.
That just verified something that I've been kind of getting my head around too, Scott, is like the whole discussion of fungal to bacterial ratio. I mean, in my experience, it's hard to achieve. And you just confirmed that, a majority of them aren't achieving it. And it takes a little bit of planning to maybe get a fungal presence, right? Like,
well, yeah, totally. And the reason why it's hard to achieve is multifaceted. First is the people that are educating us on what fungi are incorrect on the goal. So we're going the wrong direction as far as aerobic and anaerobic. So this is why, like Jeff Lowenfels loves to say that cannabis prefers a bacterial dominant situation. Well, when you follow strategies from people on the internet for a bacterial dominant tea, you have a less destructive approach. When you aim for this fungi, it's way worse for the plant. And so people love to go back and forth and say, oh, Jeff Lowenfels says bacterial dominant is better, and Scott says fungal dominant, and Scott's wrong for these reasons. It's like, well, if you're aiming for this fungal dominance, yeah, it is worse, and bacterial dominant would be better. But if you aim for this fungal dominant, if you were actually measuring these things, and you were actually correct in your identification, you wouldn't even make a claim that bacterial dominance is better, because you would have seen the astronomical increase in results, just like Mr. David Johnson saw. So this is truly fungal dominance. So the first obstacle is we've been miseducated. The second obstacle is the compost producers are satisfying a visual need and a comfort in the commercial manufacturing of a process to produce a product which does not lead to high biological populations. That's the second obstacle. The third obstacle is the availability of testing, the accessibility to the information. Like I said, I literally chased Dr. Lane around for a year, going to in-person workshops, trying to come into contact with this information. And it's, only recently in the last couple of years changed. So we're going to see radical change over the next couple of years. Like I said, we've hit that tipping point in the last 6 to 8 months, definitely in the last year. So this is another concept that people are really familiar with, pH. And there's a pH scale. And, we're aiming for like a 6.4 or something. And as you move alkaline and as you move acid, you move away from ideal. So we already have a functional understanding and extreme value and importance of pH based on this concept of this scale of ranging from too high of a pH that's not ideal and too acid of a pH that's not ideal. And some people might know that this pH scale is logarithmic, meaning it's not linear. Like um, uh, a, uh, a 7 pH, is 10 times more alkaline than a 6 pH, and an 8 pH is 100 times more alkaline than 6, or something like that. So it's exponentially radically different as you vary from point to point to point. And we know this already in other areas of cultivation, that as we have a pH issue, we have plant health problems. What we're not familiar with is there's a scale and range that incorporates aerobic and anaerobic. And so we have a kind of central neutral. And as we go to the right, we increase oxygen. And as we go to the left, we decrease oxygen. So a high oxygen environment is called aerobic. A low oxygen environment is called anaerobic. And an oxygen-free environment is called anoxic. And so there's this range of oxygen concentration. These oxygen concentrations are very clearly defined. Off the top of my head, I believe that aerobic starts around 4 parts per million. It goes from like 4 to 6 parts per million. And anaerobic is, below that 4, something like that. And we know from any sort of hydroponic technique that if we don't have adequate oxygen in the root zone, what happens? We get root rot, we get plant health problems. Well, in a Dutch bucket system, you can grab the plant and lift it up and visibly look at the roots and say, there's a problem here. You can, in a rock wool system, pick up the cube and look at it and say, there's a problem. In a living soil system, we can't pull the plant out and examine the root system in any sort of functional way. So we have to come up with another way to verify where we're at on this scale. To further complicate it, there's this zone in the middle called facultative anaerobic zone, or the facultative anaerobes. And they're kind of like the transition team. So you have a hard line between aerobic and anaerobic, but we need somebody to be alive and active and performing functions while the soil's going through this range. And it actually goes through this range quite a lot. And so in that range is the facultative anaerobes. Also in the facultative anaerobic zone, the visible sign is gnats. We get a lot of questions about how to kill gnats. And I say, you don't need to kill them. You need to move out of their ecosystem. If you are having anaerobic decomposition of mulch on the soil surface, you're going to have gnats. If you have water logging, you're going to have gnats. If you have excessive feeding, you're going to have gnats. Why is that? It's because conditionally in the soil, you're pushing the soil into this facultative anaerobic zone. Gnats lay their larvae where there's an abundance of their food source, which is anaerobic bacteria. So if you have gnats present, which you'll never have 0, there's always going to be like 1 or 2. If you have 30 or a lot, or they're a problem where you're seeking strategies to deal with them, you are definitely on this side of the line. I guarantee it, because this gnat is a biological organism that has specific conditions and ecosystem needs, and it is perfectly performing its function in nature of eating anaerobic bacteria within this range. That's what it's doing expertly. And then if we take that a little bit further, I would say that we have healthy plants the more aerobic we go, and we have worse pests typically the more anaerobic we go. And then these are colors that we use on our report sheet to help clarify what the numbers mean. So green would mean that it fits within the desired minimums. Blue means it exceeds in a positive way. Orange is it's below minimum, and red is it's very problematic. So we try to color code this scale so that we can understand more deeply what these things are saying. And then I just kind of threw up some things on the same scale of problems we commonly see. Gnats are always here in some range of facultative anaerobic or anaerobic. They're like the gatekeeper. If you watered too much on Monday and you see gnats on Thursday, well, that's an indication that the water volume you gave was too much. And over that course of 3 days, which is the life cycle of gnats, they showed up in populations, and you now see them. And so they have a specific range that they operate. We almost always see thrips in the aerobic zone, but too low, so below the minimums that Dr. Elaine talks about. And so spider mites is in the kind of little bit anaerobic, molds are in the more anaerobic, root aphids, russet mites, and broad mites, like you are 100 miles away from the goal as far as biological populations are concerned if you're battling these organisms. The root aphids typically are in the most anaerobic soils. Same with the russet mite and broad mites. There's a few exceptions as far as how environmental conditions play. So you can have spider mites from an environmental condition, but again, that environmental condition is going to impact soil organism populations, and they're usually correlated. Over here, to get up to this, like, used to be a goal of like 30% total cannabinoids. We've gotten several farms well into the 30%. We've got a couple farms into the 36, 37, 38, 39% total cannabinoids, which at the time when we were doing that, you would say that to people, they would interrupt you with your line. But these are test and regulated states. This is not no trap claim. This is, you know, certified labs in regulated states by popular farms. And then over here, I put the fish stories. If you get all the way here in this very aerobic, high actual fungal dominance, you get what I call fish stories, which is where people don't believe you. They interrupt you with your line. Because keep in mind, most people are dealing in this range biologically. They don't even know that this exists. They don't even have the materials available to them at their local store to achieve this range of biological populations and activity.
And that's what you're talking about there too, right, Scott? Is like you're talking when you look, there's an abundance of anaerobic biology, and that's where you're seeing them problematic areas.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the anaerobic organisms are really easy to identify. Again, the pioneers of sharing biological microscope photos with the community misidentified some key organisms. One of those was a ciliate, and the ciliate is a facultative anaerobe that only operates under decreased oxygen conditions. And the ciliate is the easiest to see. It hauls ass, goes across the screen, and it's big. And it has hundreds of legs around the outside of its body called cilia, and it moves very fast like a race car. It's the hardest to hold still in a field of view, so you can zoom in it, which kind of makes it the easiest to identify because you can't get it to hold still to look at it. That's it, you know? So, you know,
That's
this is a, but yeah, so if you've gone through the training of Dr. Lane, these things become very easy to identify because you zoom out. It's like, you know, if you told someone, hey, go find me a photo of an 87 Mazda B2200 four-wheel drive pickup, like some people might be able to do that, but some might. But if you say, show me a picture of a pickup, almost every human can show you a picture of a pickup truck. And they would be able to tell the difference between a fire truck and a pickup truck. We don't need to know that it's a 87 Mazda or a 2020 Chevrolet. We know that the basic characteristics and outlines of its body makes it a pickup truck versus makes it a two-door sedan versus makes it an airplane.
right.
Yeah. And so it gets hard to feel comfortable saying that is what it is because pretty much the microscope analysis is hours and hours and hours of determining hunks of organic matter are or are not organisms. So once you get to that comfortable level of that's a pickup truck, these are the characteristics for a pickup truck, that's a pickup truck. It becomes very easy. And I don't think people understand that. And it's easy for people to dismiss what we contribute to the market because most people don't have that functional understanding that these things can be identified and they can be classified. And so this is an old report. This is an old slide from like 2016. This is a farm that we work with, and I still use it because it's one of the best examples of what I'm talking about. In this left column is all the organisms we're quantifying. So to be considered biologically complete, we need bacteria, and we need at least 300 micrograms per gram of them. We need fungi that fall under the classifications like I described earlier, and we need 300 micrograms per gram of that organism. We have a desirable F to B ratio, Flagellates and amoeba or amoebae are the predators of bacteria. So those are the nutrient cycling organisms. The nematode is another nutrient cycling organism. Actinobacteria is a good thing, but it also shows up under anaerobic conditions. So we put it down at the bottom with ciliates and omycetes, which are the anaerobic indicators of disease. And so this ideal range is what we've got from Dr. Elaine, and our work confirms that this is at least very close. And so what we're looking at is these are 3 different samples from a facility in a regulated state that was doing some compost tea brewing activities. So these are 3 different flowering rooms that they had on their property that were battling literally biblical russet mite problems. We color code the boxes so you can tell what they mean. I guess I should point that out. So blue boxes mean that this value exceeds the minimum ideal range in a positive way. Green means that it's within the range. Orange means it's below the ideal range. And red means it's either dysfunctionally high or dysfunctionally low. And so this came to me from a grower that was an employee that was battling russet mites at their commercial facility. And because this employee was following most of the same directions that they did at work, those russet mites were following her home. And so she reached out to us and said, hey, you know, this farm I'm working with is having these problems. I know you do this microscope. Can you help us out? And so, you know, they gathered a sample from each flowering room and sent it to us, and we did the analysis, and this is what it looked like. If you look pretty clearly, there's at least a color coding issue. So the russet mite issues have a lot of red boxes. If we look at bacteria, if we need 300 micrograms per gram of biomass of bacteria to have the stability in the soil system to be considered a base level ecosystem, and we have 87 bacteria, that means that we are extremely low and dysfunctionally low on the primary species of soil structure. And then we have fungi, should be at least 300. We have 11, so again, dysfunctionally low. And so we have poor oxygen in the root system, we have poor aggregation of soil particles, and we have compaction, and we have all the issues associated with low oxygen in the root zone. When you do the fungi to bacteria calculation, you get a 0.12. Like I said, for some reason, that number is the most popular. I don't know why mathematically, but that's what happens. And then if we look at the nutrient cycling, we should have at least 50,000 of these 2 categories combined. And so they kind of have that here, you know, so they're within the minimum range, but without having 300 micrograms per gram of bacteria, we don't have the stability to support this many sharks. So we've got 10 minnows or 10 tunas, and we've got 1,000 sharks. And so what'll happen is these organisms will overgraze and overeat the bacteria, constantly causing a collapsing of the nutrient cycling, which is what I talked about on the Future Cannabis Project. We do see these collapsing phenomenons. They did have some nematodes because they were adding them to try and deal with the pests. So these are most likely predator nematodes. And then down at the bottom, this is the real key. So ciliates was that organism that I said is the anaerobic predator of bacteria. So under decreased oxygen situations, these guys pop up instead of the protozoa and amoeba. And so in this situation, the ciliates are 183,000, 122,000, 438,000. Like those are the numbers that should be here. Yeah. So the predators of bacteria under the decreased oxygen conditions are the values that you should be seeing for the beneficial predators of bacteria. And then omycetes. The omycete was that clear fungi, and we got 296. And so 296 is significantly greater than 25% of 11. So tremendous mold pressure, tremendous mite pressure. This particular facility was relying on both myclobutanol and Avid, which is pretty mind-blowing considering they're an organic farm in a regulated state. Most of those compounds are banned by regulated facilities. So I'm not sure what type of shenanigans they were pulling off to get their flower through testing, but they were definitely using a ton of Avid and Eagle 20. So what happens is when you spray Avid or Eagle 20 onto a soil system, it's extremely destructive to bacteria and fungi. And so the commonality we see with russet mites are dysfunctionally low bacteria and fungi from the application of pesticides, dysfunctionally high anaerobic predators of bacteria. And you can see that all three of these flower rooms, even though they were in different stages, they had different conditions, they all had damn near identical biological passports because of the strategies that they were using in that farm. And so this particular farm was using a cone bottom brewer, but they had a valve on the bottom that was not removable. They were using air stones into the tank, and they were brewing for 3 or 4 days following internet advice, which is extremely problematic from a biological standpoint. And so we tried to provide advice to this farm. They were an influencer in the market, and they were producing content on how to grow organically, and they weren't particularly interested in our advice. So they didn't honestly take any of our advice. So then the employee that contacted us said, well, how do I keep the russet mites from going to my house if they're not going to listen? And so what we did was we changed the conditions at her personal home grow. So we stopped the tea brewing technique that was the actual root of all this problem, and sent her some decent compost that was biologically complete, gave her some more appropriate inoculation techniques, and look, what do we got? We got 560 micrograms of bacteria, so we're, 25% above the minimum. We got 312 fungi, which is just above that minimum. That's great. F to B isn't quite a 1, but it's not a 0.1 or a 0.09, so it's adequate. And then look at the nutrient cycling, 407,000. That is tremendous plant growth response based on those levels. The yield and growth between these samples would be significant. But what's most important, look down here, 0 ciliates, 0 mycetes. So we have 0 mold pressure. And in this situation, she might have dealt with a little bit of thrips. Definitely didn't have russet mites. Definitely wasn't using microbutanol. Definitely wasn't using Advid. Definitely wasn't giving advice to organic growers. And this is where I really start to get on my soapbox and yell at people, because it's like, this is some reckless shit, right? Like, this is a farm in a regulated state using toxic chemicals that are banned by the state. The strategies that they're using for tea brewing is leading to biblical russet mite and mold that leads them to using systemic fungicides and systemic insecticides. You can't say that on your YouTube channel when you're giving advice on how to cultivate organically, or else that would be bad. And so what happens is cultivators then at home follow the instructions that this farm set forth, and what happens? They deal with russet mites, they deal with mold, and what do? They read same shit. They do the trilogy, bro. They do the trilogy. And so in this situation, this farmer, she was in a small tent. It was like a 5x5. It did have a Gavita in it, turned down, I think, to 400 or 500. Maybe it might have been 600. But nonetheless, with this biological populations in a tent doing basic strategies, she still got a little over a gram per watt, and that's pretty good. A lot of the commercial facilities aim for a gram per watt. And, she was able to do that in a tent. It's pretty remarkable.
Now, the russet mites obviously were not an issue for her then, if she was pulling a decent yield. And
yeah, no. So because it's so conditional. Like, the crazy part about russet mites is, like, from a biological standpoint, it is so remarkably off of the ideal. So like just this level of ciliates and omycetes is just so astronomically high. Like, to have 438,000 ciliates is higher than most farms have as a beneficial predator of bacteria. Like that, those are such astronomically high values, like unbelievably high.
Well, and the part I find most interesting about that too, Scott, is that, you know, usually when we see like mites or russet mites in the garden, it's right away pointing a finger at, well, where did I get them, right? Where did they come from? And you're not
Exactly.
even talking about that. You're talking about, well, this is what's going on in biology in the soil, and it's
So
there.
that's the thing. Like, so that's what I think. Like, in the absence of accountability, we get blamed, right? And so we don't know. Well, I guess I'll back up. Um, what farmers are told to do is so incorrect from what the plants need widespread. I mean, I'm talking about cauliflower growers to cannabis growers. Like, it's so problematic, the advice we get from distributors of products and manufacturers of products, that we've now grown accustomed to bug problems. Like, it's just the way it is. If you talk to most farmers and you try to communicate the concept that there's a conditional aspect to different bug problems, most people can't even hear that. They're so entrenched in the warfare mentality that they cannot even comprehend that there's some other correlation. Most cultivators and most farmers don't do any level of analysis of their process to know what they're feeding. You know, what's in the feed you give each week? What's in the top dress you're giving? Nobody even measures that stuff to even get into the hallway, let alone the building of functional soil chemistry and functional feeding strategies. So people just accept that pests is just part of the game. And I refuse to accept that because, you know, I believed that this Elaine lady, because like I said, I won some science projects. Like, I had a little bit of introduction into the scientific process and how to determine what was a quality source to use in a science project and things like that. And so when I saw that Dr. Lane had peer-reviewed studies, I said, there's something to this. This woman has to be correct on some level, or else the scientific community would not allow those publications to be printed. Now, on the flip side, sure, most of the university systems are bought and sold now, and there's all kinds of shenanigans, but still, nonetheless, I believed that there was a way to eradicate the mold. Once we started getting anywhere close to biologically complete and really simply just avoiding this really egregious guy right here, like, once I just simply avoided this guy, mold was no longer a problem for me in my personal gardens. And so Elaine was making the state, Dr. Elaine was making the statements that you could eradicate mold, and she was making the statements that you could limit pests. And so I had already dealt with the powdery mildew on my own before I was even qualified to do this calculated analysis, right? And so I was like, well, there must be something to the bugs too. And then the work that we did from 2014 to 2017 confirmed that. And that's what this slide is saying. And I'm not asserting that spider mites always fit this passport and mold always fits this passport, but the russet mites pretty much always fit the passport. But it is important to look at these and to see that there is a remarkable variation in biological change from sample to sample. And so again, we have the same organisms, we have the same ideal ranges. This is the healthy yield from the other sample. Here's a spider mite sample that I pulled. So the spider mite sample is adequate bacteria, low fungi, so we've got low oxygen in the root zone. We have adequate nutrient cycling, so growth rates should be up, yield should be up. But down here, we've got omycetes, which are 43, which would be half of the fungi that's already too low. And we're saying over here that omycetes should be 0 to 25% of fungi. We're at 50% of what's already dysfunctionally low. So when I interpret this data, I say spider mites has adequate stability from bacteria for potential. It has too low of fungi, which leading to lack of oxygen in the root zone. Its growth rates and yield are going to be adequate and acceptable because nutrient cycling is high, but we're going to have an excess of nitrate nitrogen because the one part I haven't said is when these guys eat bacteria, um, they excrete a form of nitrogen. When these guys eat bacteria, they only excrete nitrate. That's fine when you're in the vegetative phase, but if you've ever looked at the back of a nutrient bottle, the grow formula is predominantly usually urea or nitrate, and the flowering formula is usually a blend of urea and nitrate and ammoniacal nitrogen. And so the bloom formula is this ammoniacal or ammonia nitrogen, and simply adding the nitrate formula to a flowering plant will lead to a sucking pest incident. And so what people don't understand is that when there's decreased oxygen conditions, this guy is operating and functioning, and he's only releasing nitrogen in those predator-prey interactions in the form of nitrate. The fungi are what produce that flowering form of ammoniacal nitrogen. And so in this spider mite example, we have dysfunctionally low flowering nitrogen, dysfunctionally high veg nitrogen, which is fine in veg, but as soon as you get into flower, the spider mites erupt. This is mathematically why. And then if you move to the mold, same kind of thing. So we've got adequate stability of bacteria as far as 1400. When you start to get above 1000, you start to have really good results. So we can still have good stability and possibility of yield with mold. But again, fungi is roughly half of what it should be. We have decent nutrient cycling. It's on the low side, but it fits above that 50,000 combined. But down here, look at this. We got omycetes. The omycetes are double the total fungi, which is already dysfunctionally low. So in the mold situation, we have an omycete value. Remember this homeboy right here? The one that we sent on a wild goose chase to get through bad tea brewing techniques and internet advice. Has a value of 330, which is what? That is the amount that we should have for beneficial fungi in this zone. So we have twice as much omycetes as we have as fungi, and this is dysfunctionally low. That will damn near every single time hit mold. You can have mold with this omycete value less than the total fungi value, and usually that is then determined, that's when the environment takes over. So if you have a really good, stable environment and your humidity's in check and your airflow's good, these numbers can vary and get a little bit more dysfunctional and not have visible mold. In the russet mite example, it took me a while to really figure out the russet mites and why this was happening. It's like, how can you have such high values of ciliates and omycetes, but such astronomically low populations of bacteria and fungi? What we ultimately figured out was to also get russet mites, you have to have two factors usually. One factor is the introduction of an abundance of ciliates and omycetes, usually through tea brewing techniques, or running tea brew through drip lines, something like that. And then you also have to be spraying a pest control product that reduces bacterial and fungal populations. So when I see a russet mite sample, it's most often dysfunctionally low beneficial bacteria and fungi from the application of an IPM product, and astronomically high anaerobic organisms because of the conditions this creates. There's been a couple situations where I've seen russet mites that were purely an environmental hostility issue. So like a sealed greenhouse where the biological passport wasn't necessarily exactly like this. It still had dysfunctionally high anaerobic organisms, but there was an environmental stressor that was causing the same type of nutrient issues that come from this type of biological passport. So the other things that need to be kept in mind is under anaerobic conditions, it's a completely different set of players producing a completely different set of results. So the anaerobic organisms are not necessarily nature's organisms for building higher level plants, which is what cannabis is. And so when you have anaerobic organisms, a lot of times their function in nature is decomposing an ecosystem. It's not building higher level plants. So they're built completely different than these aerobic organisms. They have They are very inefficient, so a lot of the nutrients are lost as a gas. This is why a lot of the KNF treatments smell god awful. Well, the reason why it smells god awful is because in those anaerobic organism to organism interactions, there's an off-gassing of nutrients because of this inefficiency in their bodily processes. So you smell dead bodies, you smell all these rancid smells. Well, it's literally the same as a dead body, because a dead body is anaerobically decomposing. I'm not crapping on KNF, but we need to understand what organisms do and how those effects are on plant growth. So again, the anaerobic organisms are slightly inefficient. So under anaerobic conditions, under conditions that are this anaerobic, you're going to have an issue with calcium. So calcium becomes unavailable because it's falling out of solution in a simplified explanation. You're having an excess of the vegetative form of nitrogen, and then you're having a disruption of other nutrients. So you can have an environmental condition that's very hot, very hostile. The humidity to temperature ratio is completely out of whack. So you're having calcium uptake issues, again, russet mite issues. But the mold is the most predictable. That we've measured so much damn mold. I could, if you sent me a handful of samples, I could probably tell you which one had visible mold and which didn't. You don't even have to label the bag. I just count them. And then this was something I put together. This is our newer, this is our most recent lab form. It's been a slow evolution. And what I did was I put 5 different composts. These 3 composts are bagged composts that are commercially available. And these 2 are 2 recent samples of the compost that we produce. And so again, we have the same goals here. We're looking for 300 micrograms or more of bacteria, 300 micrograms or more of fungi. We're looking for 50,000 or more flagellates and amoebae. We've now separated out the types of nematodes. So we're looking for 100 or more of each of those. And we're looking for less than 100 of the root-feeding nematodes, which only occur under decreased oxygen conditions. This organism, the root-feeding nematode, only functions under decreased oxygen conditions. So by a function of conditions, you cannot have them functioning and active for very long in a highly aerobic environment. And then the ciliates, same thing, less than 21,000. And now we're saying the omycetes, we're increasing our standards. We're setting a higher bar of success. Now we're looking for less than 5% of total fungi. So if we look at bag compost sample number 1, we got 4,600 bacteria. So that becomes so high, it's actually problematic. We have significantly less than 300 micrograms of fungi. We have much less than 50,000 micrograms per gram of nutrient cycling organisms. And we've got almost 100% omycete to fungi ratio. This is not biologically complete. Sample number 2, 800, a little bit better. Still only 34 fungi. What do we got? 70 omycetes, 34 fungi. And again, sample number 3, same shit. Red and green boxes, having zeros for most of the organisms we care about. Definitely a long way from what we would call biologically complete. And it's only going to get you certain results. And like I said, these are 2 samples that we've done recently. This is what biologically complete compost should look like. We're significantly exceeding that minimum of 300 micrograms per gram of fungi. And I would say in the last 4 years, we've only had 1 tote of compost that was even less than 700 micrograms per fungi. And it was because it got left out and dried out before it got shipped. So it was a manufacturing error, not a compost error. But nonetheless, for the last 2 or 3 years, pretty much every pound of compost we've sold has had well over 700 micrograms per gram of bacteria. Almost every sample we've produced in the last 3 or 4 years has had well over 500 or 600 micrograms per gram of fungi. This most recent one, as the season's starting to change, it's getting a little cooler and the fungi are going up. They do change seasonally. If you took this type of compost and literally just shook it into a bucket of water and watered it into your garden, you would start to experience what we're talking about. If you look at the flagellates and amoebae, so this is where the growth rates come from. So now we're talking about the exchange of potential nutrients turned into plant growth. We've got, 150,000 and 400,000 on these two samples. If you add up all three of these samples, they don't add up to half of the nutrient cycling in what we have produced and determined and defined as a biologically complete compost. We do have a little bit of ciliates. It's hard to completely avoid them in certain situations unless you go so anaerobic. So ciliates have a threshold for oxygen concentration. And so omycetes are the most anaerobic. Ciliates are slightly less anaerobic. So in these samples, they have zero ciliates, which isn't necessarily a good thing. It just means that they went past the decreased oxygen level of the ciliates and moved into a mycete range. So in this situation, we've got a few. It's not bad. Again, it's hard to have zero omycetes. So we've got a little, 20 to 30. When you compare 30 to 1200 and 20 to 720, we are well under that 5% total fungi. And this is just, really, really what we're trying to really communicate to people and, show like what it's supposed to look like, really, and how to come into contact with that. So, you don't have to buy my compost. I'm pretty proud of it. We started the goal early, and we worked very disciplined at it. And by my measurements, we were the first people to produce biologically complete compost at a commercial scale. We're now to the point where we can produce about 100 cubic yards a month, which when I started in 2014, 2015, to get 1 cubic yard of biologically compost cost you a couple $1,000s, and you had to convince another soil food web consultant to make you a cubic yard of compost. And so I do take a lot of pride in the fact that, we really set that stake out there. There's other people that have come along and been working on commercial quantities of biological compost. When you compare them to ours, they're good, but they're still less than what we've been able to produce. But like I said, we've been working on it for 5 years with a producer that is just as interested in the data as we are. So we did tremendous permutations of um, uh, ratios, recipes, and strategies to come up with what became a predictable mix of organic material that was available to us and the amount of watering and the style of watering and the introduction of worms that led to that result. So I'm pretty proud of that. There's a lot of people that are going for it now, and we're so crazy that we send inoculum to those people. So Ian, I'm not sure his last name, he goes by Cure Soil. He's firing up with a major producer of compost that's going after the same goal that we're after, which is commercial quantities of biological compost. And I sent Ian a yard of our compost to inoculate their process. It's like Ford giving Chevy motors to start their manufacturing process. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't, like, that's what people don't understand. Like, this isn't a competition for me. I'm competitive by nature. I come from a sports and racing background, but I'm trying to say that we're all on the same team. Like, I'm not trying to help every business, because some guys are not good businesses, but like, if you're a legitimate soil food web advocate, you've legitimately gone through the programs, you're legitimately interested in having accountability. My wife and I help those people. Like, we need, because I can't help everybody. Like, in the beginning, I didn't want to share because it was hard to get started, and it was hard to establish myself as a sustainable business. And so in the beginning, I didn't want to share a lot. I did share some. But like, once I really did the math, it's like, we're going online with so many regulated farms, which is where I enjoy spending my time. I can't even help 1/10 of 1% of the farm. Literally, you know what I mean? Like, we have 10 to 12 major clients at any given time, and we'll deal with our regular flow of samples, and we'll get 1 to 2 new farms a week. That's like, how many, like, there's literally millions of farmers, and I cannot physically reach them all. All I can do is offer ideas that I've found practical. I can point people in the directions that we've had success, but I kind of found, man, like it's hard to change people's minds. The marketing monster is very powerful. They've got us all figured out, and put it put it bluntly, manufacturers of products have manipulated our minds and really set us on a path for problems. And we're just trying to slowly undo that, slowly educate the farmers so that they can have real success and make radical change. Like when I first met Dr. Lane in 2014, she talked about the concept of ecological preservation in that she advised us to very respectfully go to the forest systems, take a soil sample, not a truckload, but a little Ziploc baggie full, and compost that. And I did that. And I went all through the Humboldt regions. I went all through Northern California. I went through Colorado, Nevada, up through Utah and back. And I took all those soil samples from all the forest regions that I could cross paths with. And I put those into our compost. And that's essentially what's been inoculating our product we sell now. And then this last year, all through Humboldt, burnt to shit. All through Grass Valley, burnt to shit. And Dr. Lane would say in 2014, like, look, we are heading into climate crisis. There's no arguing. It's clear. Like within the next 20 years, humans will experience a problem. And I would echo these things and I would get lashed out at for being a fear monger. And look where we're at right now. We're in coronavirus. It's 2020. That was 6 years after Dr. Lane told this to me and I became inspired to legitimately become an activist for the planet. And here we are. We're in coronavirus, which under my view of the world is a biological population concern. This is a factor of a depleted biological system on the planet, a depleted biological system on humans that is allowing a virus to establish and cause problems. In my opinion, that is the first, like we're experiencing the first worldwide event that can be directly correlated to climate change, climate instability, climate crisis, whatever you want to call it. We're fucking here, dude. And we live in a world where the regenerative leaders are giving remarkably irresponsible advice while using systemic fungicides, while using products that kill bees, and speaking that as the gospel. And then people jump in and they follow this advice. They do the water only. They do what people tell them to do. They brew the teas. They make the tea brewers. And it's not saving anybody. It's not saving the planet. It's not saving the forest, and people can have varying levels of success. But I think it's important for people to understand, like, I'm about some different shit. Like, I'm trying to create a habitat where humans can survive. I'm trying to preserve the ecological populations of these forest systems. Like, I can't even put into words how it felt to drive into Berry Creek, which is where the Environmental Celebration Farm is, where Dr. Elaine did her work, where I met my wife. That entire town is burnt down. Like my compost was started with soil I pulled from a tree at that farm in 2015. I got a picture of that farm. I got a picture of that tree. That tree burnt so violently that it exploded. Like I've never seen such a thing. And it's like, I can't go back to that tree and pull a sample and re-inoculate my compost. It's gone. Like that ecosystem that I started my business with is gone. And I believe in the resiliency and the strength of the planet. I'm not trying to be all like we're doomed, but this is real shit. And we as a regenerative community need to take a major gut check. We need to take a major accountability check about the things that we say. And this isn't about buzzwords. This isn't about meshing together words that impress and wow people on the internet. Like, I need to know who's about this and who's actually about this life, who's actually about regenerative techniques. And anybody that's not, like, at least get out of my way. You can stay where you want. You can be a regenerative hero and you can teach people stuff on the internet and inspire people. I think that's a desirable role. But like, don't hinder my shit. Like, we're doing actual earth repair. We're doing actual support for soil food web people. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I've made some mistakes. You know, I'm pretty open with that. We have a pretty flawless record for consultants, but you know, I've definitely made some mistakes. But when you work with hundreds of farms, there's going to be problems, you know. But when you follow the instructions that Dr. Lane Ingham says in regards to biology, and you maintain reasonable levels of chemical balance or chemistry balance in the soil, you know, it's a very, very, very easy proposition, you know.
There is one question I did have, Scott, too basic. This is just an observation of what how you were referring to the fungal dominance or the fungal presence, I guess. You were actually referring to that as the oxygen level in the soil. So every time on there you saw low fungal counts, you said, hey, we know this is low oxygen level. But traditionally, like I've always thought of like anaerobic to aerobic as like my watering schedule, right? Like, am I saturating that pot too much? Is it able to flow the water through and those kind of things? But that's just a total different outlook as far as like how that fungal is. So,
Well, not really though, because um, so if we look at like a traditional cocoa system, in a cocoa system, we are manually manipulating the oxygen in the root zone by completely saturating the root ball and then allowing that to dry out. So when we fill that pot with water and completely saturate it, we're driving out all the oxygen because water doesn't hold that much oxygen. So when we fill that pot, we're pushing out all the stale air. And as that water gets used and dried out, oxygen then fills that space. And so people that come from a cocoa background are very dead set on dryback because it is essential in a cocoa system. What people don't understand is that when you translate into a living soil system, you have to adapt those strategies. Soil organisms aren't really hip to complete saturations and full dry downs. Nature doesn't do that so much. The We find, and the reason why I'm such an advocate of the blue mat system is because the blue mats allow you to maintain that ideal range of moisture from start to finish. And so above the concept of full saturation and dryback, which does oxygenate the root zone, there's a better way to do it in living soil, which is allowing beneficial fungal populations to increase by maintaining a desirable level of moisture, meaning not too much and not too little. And so I think that's where people really go wrong in living soils. They're really focused on those drybacks, and it's more of a bring it up to moisture slowly, maintain that moisture, and then allow gentle ebbs and flows. If
hmm.
you do that, you'll allow high biological populations, you'll allow activity that functions through all hours of the day, and you'll see results that are unmatched. And so, like I said, back in the day, I saw undercurrent systems first. Compared to the facility that I first saw, they had a guy that did rock wool on tables, which produced the best quality of the building and the second highest yield. The undercurrent system produced the highest yield when it wasn't failing catastrophically. And then my buddy ran a fox farm with Florinova, like 3-part type deal. And he didn't have the highest yields, he had acceptable quality, but he never failed. And but what I saw in that building was I literally saw the moms go into 3 different cultivation techniques under the same building to get radically different results. And so if you can take you know, whatever genetic, OG, whatever, at that time it was pre-98 Bubba and all the space OGs, all the Jupiters and all that stuff. Um, Literally took it into a different flowering room and had radically different results. And I thought in that moment, if I can get, you know, so many pounds per light out of the undercurrent system from this clone that went into the soil system and went into the rock wool system and they didn't match up, most people say, well, those are inferior systems. And I say there's something that's wrong with, or there's something in that system or the way we're using that system that's limiting genetic potential. Because clearly it's within the genetic potential of the plant. And so historically, organics would not keep up to the yield of the hydroponics. And to me, it just simply said that there's something that we're doing that is limiting genetic potential, what do we have to do to put a limit on limiting genetic potential so that what's capable in the undercurrent system is capable in the organic living soil system? And I can tell you that on that graph, in the beginning, when you start to get those really biologically complete numbers, you then start to match the undercurrent system growth rates and yield with very simple strategies like we teach foliar feeding, soil feeding, and basic top dressing. What you won't get is the catastrophic crop loss that you get with an undercurrent system when you get a biofilm. And so in my personal viewpoint, when you maintain desirable chemistry in the soil, when you do the biological treatments and hit the markers that Dr. Lane's saying, you're going to absolutely meet the growth rates and yield of an undercurrent system. The only difference is it scales. So you can make living soil way bigger than you can make undercurrent. And you can definitely get those yields.
That's awesome.
Sometimes it's easier to exceed the yield in hydroponics. Sometimes it's easier. But in the regulated space, we're learning that there's a new marker. In the traditional markets, the only marker for success is how many turkey bags did you fill, and was it of desirable nose and quality for somebody to buy it? That's the marker for success. In the regulated space, and especially in the extract market, there are significantly different markers for success. So for example, what we're seeing in the rosin market, we've worked with organizations that provide genetics to a variety of farms within the organization. They bring the finished flower back into a central processing place, and then they turn it into oil or rosin or hash or what have you. In those situations, you can see a cocoa grower that can exceed that 3 pounds per light or 2.5, 3 pounds per light. But when you take a GMO, for example, that one was really popular for a while. It shit dumps resin. You would take a cocoa grower or hydro grower that might get 100 grams oil off 200,000 or 2,000 grams wet weight. And that's pretty consistent. But then you would take a living soil grower that took the same genetics. They might get 140, 160. In certain situations, we've seen 180 grams oil or resin return on that 2,000 gram wet weight. So what you're saying is a cocoa or hydro grower can get 100 grams. That living soil grower is getting 40, 60, or 80% more oil. And so in that situation, the cocoa grower was hitting 2.5, 3 per light. This living soil grower wasn't pushing it for yield. So they were getting their 2, 2.25 per light, but they were getting 40 to 60 to 80% more oil when they hit it right. And when you do those economics, you are massively exceeding the results of hydroponics. And so it doesn't need to be a turkey bag measurement anymore. I'm not saying I don't aim for yield, but we're aiming for different markers now. I don't give a shit if you grow 100 pounds of something that tested low if you're in Washington, Oregon, or Oklahoma, where everything's sold on potency. And I don't care. It's not going to move. If you produce 10 pounds that hits 30% total cannabinoids, you're going to name your price on that product. And so it's a different marker for success from my standpoint. And so people get really hung up on, the first rejection you hear out of a hydro grower's mouth in the conversion phase is like, well, can you meet my yields? And my response is, can you get every pound in a calendar year through regulated testing, passed, and sold? They can't usually. And so there's different markers for success. How many hydroponic growers are hitting high 30s total cannabinoids? We've gotten 3 farms above 35% total cannabinoids. It takes a lot, takes a great cultivation crew, takes a good genetics, and then it takes a process. So it's hard to repeat at every farm. But how many hydroponic farms are hitting 38, 36, 38, 39% total cannabinoids?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've heard some of those numbers before, but I mean, just the fact that it was noticeable from one person, one farm that was doing the extracts on different runs or whatever, one facility, to notice a difference in that oil production is unreal. I've not heard that, but
well, because you're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. That's why it's not talked about. Like there's a lot in the rosin market that's not talked about. And because if you talk about it, people try to steal your hustle. And so I try to not blow up people's hustle. But if you notice, the people that are making rosin are real quiet. Um, you know, we've worked with some small scale growers that produce some astronomical dollar amounts, making high dollar resin, excuse me, high dollar rosin in a Gucci market with a desirable strain. I mean, you're talking about astronomical money. Um, like I said, I don't want to blow up anybody's hustle, so I'm not going to say it, but it's, it's it's more than double the pound price essentially. And so what's kind of happening in the market is, you know, the organization where the example where I said where, you know, they had 22 cultivators on their team, most of them cocoa and rock wool, you know, they're producing 100 grams oil on that GMO per 2,000 grams wet weight. And we had a couple of small scale living soil growers in that organization that were getting 140, 160, 180. And kind of the, you know, the person that's processing all this material reached out to me. And essentially what he said, he's like, look, I've never had any desire to do any sort of organics. I still don't really have much motivation to do organics. But I got two guys that are on the micro scale that are getting 40, 60, and 80% more resin per pound than any of my other growers. And you can't argue with those economics, especially if you're talking about some of this high dollar rosin stuff and the, you know, that high dollar ice hash. I mean, you're talking, you know, big money, 40, 50, 60, 100, $120 per gram. So if you got an extra 40 grams per pound, you got an extra 60 grams per pound, you got an extra 80 grams per pound. You know, you're talking about 22 cultivators running, you know,
Well, that's a
whatever.
game changer right there. I mean, that goes from barely paying your electric bill to like balling, right? Like, I mean, that's a lot of increase in profit. That's awesome.
It's so astronomical that we're now, like, I define the tipping point as, I call it the hydro conversion rate. So, you know, up until the last year, it is kind of hard to convert a hydro grower unless they're really motivated. But we've now hit that point where the economics is undeniable by the processors, and that's what they're being motivated by. And so, you know, clearly those people in a market that's been declining for a decade, if they just picked up another 40, 60, 80% of dollars, they're not, you know, they're not going to tell you about it. They're just going to do it. And, you know, that particular organization that I'm talking about, I haven't checked in with them recently, but at the time of those conversations, they held one of the largest permits in Southern California. And they were historically hydroponic growers and have had no desire to do organics. But now you're talking about the largest permit holders in a region or the state or the country are now moving to living soil simply because of the economics. And, you know, the spreadsheet gangsters and the pencil pushers, the regular market get a bad rap, reasonably why they get a bad rap. But what they brought to the market was extreme accountability in the output of your process that can't be argued with. And so what we see in the regulated market is, you know, we start to have track and trace where each plant gets a plant tag. And at the end of that harvest cycle, you get a per plant weight that you have to measure, document, and track through all the process, right? And so what we do with that data is we turn it into a visible map, and we'll do two things. So we'll do a per plant yield, and we'll color code it in the layout of the flowering space. And then we'll take a per 4x4 yield. So whatever plants were combined in that geographic location get added and it gets color coded. When you look at a top-down view of your soil layout with a per plant and a per 4x4 yield, a tremendous amount of information is revealed to your process. And that's really what we've been working on since 2016-ish. And those type of metrics that come with the regulated space are a total pain in the ass, but they're extremely valuable, and they're shedding a lot of light as to why living soil is actually the best strategy for a regulated market. It really is. Most people don't believe that yet. Most people haven't seen that expression to where they would feel that they could rely on it. But again, very small percentage of the cultivators are actually behaving appropriately with respect to biological communities in the soil. When you correct that, it becomes the most predictable, consistent thing that you can count on in the regulated large scale commercial space. And obviously all that thing translates all the way back down to a 2x4 tank. You know?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's wild times, man. It's really exciting shit.
I
Yeah.
love it because if you can prove that in the cannabis realm, I would imagine that it would be easily translated over to the agricultural world too. That understanding and that needs to happen on a big scale there too. So
Well, the beauty and the poetic nature is that we have cannabis who's claimed to be a bioremediator who cleans up its environment, and the regulated process is revealing remarkable problems with the agricultural space with regards to contamination. If you're ever bored, go on the Oregon Department of Ag website, and sometimes they change the tab, but what you're looking for is the pesticide advisories. Sometimes you can just type into a Google search bar ODA pesticide advisory. Oregon Department of Ag has been very proactive on the phenomenon of facilities having an unknown fail. So for example, they fail for 4 pesticides they have not knowingly brought into their facility. And I really commend the Oregon Department of Ag for spearheading that, because nobody else has the guts to do that. Like if you're a farm that has a brand that you're maintaining and you fail for 5 pesticides and it was found in an organic product, you're not going to put that on social media because the consumer isn't educated enough to discern that your heroes have problems. You know what I'm saying? And we see in certain situations where something gets stuck. And if somebody gets tagged as something bad happening, that'll maintain for several years. And so you have a situation where hundreds of farms are failing for contamination from agricultural products, and they don't want to be the one to say it because they don't want backlash from the product. They don't want to ruin their brand in the market, understandably. And so the Oregon Department of Ag has done that. And so I don't know their exact process, but I would assume that what happened was a farm had a test fail. They contacted the state and was like, help us out. And so the state started proactively testing all these products. If you go into their website and look, I mean, it's like 5 a month they find a product that's got a contamination. A lot of times it's very inert. It's salicylic acid, right? So Advanced Nutrients puts aloe vera in damn near every product. So if you go search Advanced Nutrients under ODA pesticide advisory, they all pop for salicylic acid. So it's not malicious, but it is a problem with the state because it's not declared on the label. And so they want the farmers to know about it. In other situations, if you want to really see some funny shit, go on the ODA pesticide advisory and search all the neem products. Last I counted, there's been like 7 OMRI approved neem products that have somewhere between 4 and 7 pesticides that are banned in cannabis cultivation. And so you have this plant that is so good at cleaning up its environment that it's cleaning up the agricultural process through the revealing of problems that we're finding in regulation. And I think that's beautiful. I really, that's beautiful. And so you're now seeing that, and you are seeing that trickle down into agriculture. And you know, I come from an agricultural family. I got into cannabis. Like I said, I ran into a lot of obstacles. I've had family members disown me. It's we all know it's a lot. You really have to be about it. And there was a point where I was like, I'm just kind of fed up. I'm going to go into ag. Like I'm clearly good at plants. I enjoy this process. I'm going to go be an agronomist. And so that was my original motivation for getting Dr. Lane's courses, is that so that I got to have a certificate that validated me as a tool or an asset. It wasn't just, oh yeah, me and the homies blew up a bunch of spots in the trap. Like ag doesn't, you know what I mean? Like ag doesn't give a shit that your homies were #1 on weed maps for 2 years. Like they don't, they it's almost the opposite. Like, oh, you're related with cannabis, like, you know,
yep.
and they immediately discredit you. And so as a long-term strategy, I was like, I really want to help food. And so that's why I originally was motivated to learn Dr. Lane's course so I could then go to ag with a more traditional measurable skill. What I found was, like I said, that same month, we were working for a consultant to help him navigate regulated obstacles. And he was in charge of literally 1 million square feet of indoor cultivation and greenhouse space. And we were working with 6,000 acres of corn and soil. We spent 3.5 weeks at the corn farmers developing strategies for making literally thousands of gallons of compost extract. We were making between 3 and 5,000 gallons a day. We were transferring them into milk trucks and transferring them to the fields and distributing and then doing all this stuff, right? And that particular year, it was a bad year for weather. And so we went through all this process, we went through all this effort, and the end of the season result was like, well, it was a bad year for rain. It's a bad crop for everybody. And so there were some wins, there were some concepts that could be parlayed into the following year, but as far as like what we learned was very little. We learned a lot about infrastructure, we got that, but we didn't get much data on plant output, growth yield, and disease rates because it was just a shit year. That same month, we were doing microscope analysis for literally 1 million square feet of cannabis cultivation that was averaging 4 harvests per calendar year. Some of the greenhouses were getting 2, but nonetheless, literally in 1 year, we got 50 years worth of agricultural data and assessment when compared to the corn metrics. And that was the moment where I was like, I'm all in cannabis. Ag isn't ready. And until ag is ready, I'm getting reps and I'm going to the batting cages with pot homies because we're able to get 4 harvests in a calendar year. We're able to make radical change. We're able to tinker. And, a lot of our early work was working secretly for other more public consultants to help them adjust their process to navigate regulation. And so, in 2015, 2016, 2017, I mean, I literally got a master's degree in, plant growth, process assessment, the outcome from our inputs. It just is, I'm really thankful for those first couple people that gave me an opportunity to show them that we could provide radical benefit. And, like I said to you on the phone before we did the podcast, like that first major farms that we worked for 3 major organizations in 2016, the biggest of which had 1 million square feet. And, the typical increase in output of those farms was, like I said, around 30%. And so a lot of our time was spent in moms, propagation, and clones, because that's the first obstacle to scale. Everybody can flower out as many clones as they have. It's hard to get enough clones to fill the new space. And so we've spent a tremendous amount of time in moms and prop. And, on that first organization, I was put in a 2,000 square foot greenhouse that maintained the genetics and the moms for most of those 26 properties. And provided clones for 6 other farms in Southern California. We were first put on the task of how do I make more clones? And then how do we reduce rooting times? And then that was the next step. And so the first 2 weeks, I just did compost extracts with good compost. I didn't change anything else about what they were doing. And then we just monitored the process. At the end of 2 weeks, we doubled the clone production per mom in a 30-gallon pot. So in that particular facility, depending on what genetics they were running, you get somewhere between 20 and 40 clones per mom once or twice a week. Once we added the biology, it jumped to like 30 to 60, 40 to 60, something like that. At that time, they were growing some Wi-Fi. So the Wi-Fi did go from like a 25-30 to a 50-60. So we doubled clone production on most of the genetics. A lot of the slower growing indicas, it was more like a 25%. But nonetheless, all we did was add Dr. Elaine's biology to what they were already doing that was working in a major commercial strategy. And literally first 2 weeks, doubled clone production. So then the next goal was, how do I reduce rooting times and how do I increase rooting percentages? One of the things that we found was the increase in health that came from the first task, which was increase clone counts also led to a decrease in rooting because the plant was more properly filled with the nutrients that are needed to root and root healthy. So it was like a 2-for-1. And then the analysis started of how do we improve rooting percentages. That's where we started to delve into really like the variation across your space, what happens when you get more than 2 racks of clone domes. And it was just like this really magical rabbit hole that literally still pays my bills. You know, like I'll forever be taken care of for what we learned, you know, in 2015 and 2016 working with a few select farmers. Like I'll always be okay, you know.
That
Um,
experience is priceless, ain't it? That's crazy.
literally, I mean, literally priceless because I'm only getting better. You know, and people squawk about the cost of Elaine's classes, and I get it. But like, I personally couldn't have been broker when I went through that process. I had a very successful construction business, and I got fed up with traffic in SoCal, abruptly closed down my business, moved to the beach, and started a new business. And I ate shit. To be clear, I failed miserably, and I was broke. Sold all my personal effects, bought a moped, and then just started grinding. And you know, I to get to those first compost workshops with Dr. Elaine, I literally didn't eat. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't in the budget, and it wasn't in the budget to do the compost, do the 2-day compost and the 2-day microscope. I could only afford 1 day of microscope, and even to afford that, I literally was budgeting out loaves of bread for an entire month. And then even when it came to the day of the event, I had to drive a tremendous distance, and that used up the money that I had left. And I showed up to the compost webinar or the compost event like, I'm literally not going to eat for 3 days. And luckily, the people that put on that event had catering, you know, and I was just kind of really discreetly like, oh shit, like, like I did not eat today. Like I have not eaten today. I did not eat yesterday. The bread ran out. I put the last money in the tank to get an hour across. And so I don't mean to be unsympathetic to people, but like you're talking to the wrong dude when you say you can't afford it because I made the sacrifices. And I mean, last year we briefed a government official on what I learned from making those sacrifices. And so I always want to be sympathetic to people in their financial positions, but you must understand I was in that position when I started this journey. And, you know, if it's important to you, you'll figure it out. If it's valuable to you, you'll make the sacrifices. I had a friend that literally recycled cans for an entire year to come up with the capital to start a business. And he is forever taking care of that. You know, like I didn't recycle cans. I just decided to be broke. You know, I'm not trying to glorify my story in any way. But I mean, you know, if you're going to continue your education, if you're going to continue your advancement, there's going to be a sacrifice. And, you know, I full heartedly believe that what you get for that, whatever the cost is now, it is more and that sucks. But still, like, you know, you're talking about like a 4 light garden, even a 4 light garden if you can't increase your yield by $5,000 in a calendar year after taking Dr. Lane's classes, like you can pay attention. You know, you're talking 3-4 pounds. You can't increase a 4 light yield by 1 pound 4 times in a calendar year to pay that back. Like you're not trying. But, you know, like I said, I'm not trying to minimize nobody's financial situation because I've been there.
No, most definitely, man. That's on my to-do list after our conversation the other day and listening tonight too. It's like that's mind blowing. You know, I mean, a 20%, even a 10% increase. I mean, that's mind blowing, and especially if you can scale that. You know, that's crazy.
And that's the easy stuff, right? That's off the top. That's not even getting into it. And so with that particular organization, we started by correcting the soil biology in the pots. That then led to monitoring the biological populations, which led to adjusting the feeds. And so that cultivator decided that once a week with his feed was all that made sense. He had tried every other variation and after years settled on once a week. Once we brought biological populations up to adequate levels that accelerated nutrient cycling and plant growth, and then you could cram a second feed in there. So we doubled the cost of production from a feed standpoint, but we put in 2 and got 3. And so on the economics of that farm, they doubled their feed costs, but they got triple the output. So it was a no-brainer. And that took place over 5 to 6 months. We ended up working with that organization about 9 months. We worked with another organization for about a year and a half. It was already very respected in the industry. We're doing well with commercial yields. In the first couple months, by just focusing on biology, we got them 30% increase in yield and reduced a week off the calendar. Over the next 8 months, we got another 30%. And then in the final couple months, we got another 10%. And then I've been following along since then, and they've gotten another couple percentage points on total cannabinoids by continuing what we started with them. And that's just the beginning of it. Like there is so much untapped resources that people can't even wrap their mind around once you get out of battling pest and disease. Once you get out of that paradigm, you're now at the base level. From the base level, you can now build up. And then you start to get into really complicated shit, like what all the mineral balancing people talk about, targets and goals. Once you talk about foliar, like we literally add 20 to 40% on top of the already respected commercial living soil facilities every time. And that's, you know, pretty easy. And most people kind of, they dismiss it because they can't imagine getting 20, 30% out of what they think they're already doing, right? Keep in mind, most people already believe that they're doing soil food web. So when I say we introduce biology and get another 30%, they're like, get out of here. I do soil food web. I don't get that. It's like, well, we're not doing the same thing at all. And so that's the first obstacle, right? The first obstacle is believing that there's something better than what you're already experiencing. If you can't get through that first, you're never going to improve because you're not thinking from a mindset that allows improvement.
Right.
I saw firsthand, like my very first experience with Soil Food Web was right after I completed the courses. And there was a guy on Instagram that hit me up and he says, "Hey, so and so says he knows you and said we should check you out." And so I went up to his farm up in what are we going through? Trinity. He's in Trinity Pines, and uh, all I did was brew tea. So I had another soil food web consultant make a thermal pile from a lane. I paid him $2,000 for that pile because I didn't know how to make it at that time. I took it up to this farmer and I spent 2 weeks brewing tea, coming up with a recipe that he could follow, and that's all we did. So I spent, like I said, 2 weeks messing with recipes, getting it right, letting them repeat it, watch it, then foliar feeding, then capturing the tea off the leaves to make sure that the organisms were surviving through the entire process so that we were effectively actually spraying live organisms on the leaf surfaces. And then everything else he did was the same. The increase to that property was so extravagant that the next calendar year, 25 neighboring farms converted to what he was doing. They didn't necessarily hire me, but they went to him and said, "What are you doing?" And he taught them some techniques. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to spread like wildfire through visible things. And in that year in Trinity, there was a horrible fire, and his farm was not only saved, he still hit 20 to 30% more yield than he had ever done on that property in 6 years. And that was from somebody that was a very respected hydroponic grower that was learning how to do organics outdoors. And so this is a man that had 20 years of cultivation, um, and he was doing very big shit in the Bay Area, and came and showed him that, and he's still doing it. And so from that moment, I was like, I couldn't have been more all in. I was just like,
Well, it's verifying what you knew was already going to happen, and it's just, when you see that so many times, you get that evidence. It's kind of like, if you step in a puddle, your foot's going to get wet after a while, right? Like,
yeah, and it's just what's crazy is we're so limited, like in all those examples that I gave, like even in the 2016 with those big organizations where we did all those profound things, at that point in 2016, those farms really only used about 10 to 20% of the capabilities I had at that time. And they still had those results. So we weren't able to fully implore all the tricky little soul food web things you can do with manipulating populations. We just kept very basic because, again, like I couldn't do wild stuff. I couldn't do tea brewing because the information needed to be disseminated to 26 different farms that I was never going to go to. And so it had to be very simple. So all we did was the extract. I learned early on that tea brewing is extremely problematic, and literally by my measurement is the greatest cause of crop loss in all of organics. You can't tell that to somebody that likes brewing tea though. And so we moved away in 2016 from tea brewing because it was too complicated as a process. And again, people get offended when you say that, especially if they brew tea because they're very important to them. But if you're actually measuring these organisms, you're seeing how dramatic the variation is from brew to brew to brew. Um, One of the really interesting examples we had in early 2016 was in Colorado, and we worked with a two-farm organization that had a greenhouse and they had an outdoor. And we built tea brewers for them for both those properties, and then spent a week and a half there developing tea strategies for both farms. So both farms had the same tea brewer, both farms were using the same compost. Both farms were using the same recipe that we were directing, and both farms were using the same tea brew times. The only change was one was inside a climate controlled greenhouse that stayed 70 degrees 24 hours a day, and the other one was outside on a concrete pad where it was starting to get really cold. And we tracked those tea brewers across a course of a week, and we couldn't even get the one outdoors to come up to the desirable populations because it was so cold that the good stuff didn't wake up. Nature doesn't let anything go to waste. So if there's a food resource, something consumes it. And so because the good stuff's not waking up and amplifying, all the bad stuff wakes up and amplifies. And so the tea brews that we were making on the concrete pad in the cold, we didn't even apply to the plants because at that time of the year, at that elevation, it was too difficult to hit the specified goals that Dr. Lane has defined as a biomass population that leads to the protection of resources. So again, I'm adhering to very strict standards to stay safe that's already been defined in scientific peer-reviewed research as effective. No reason for me to veer too much from that,
Yeah.
especially in the beginning, right? Especially from a liability standpoint. If I'm dealing with a regulated facility and I'm a consultant and I brew something outside of that parameter and there's a negative result, I might get sued. And so under no circumstances do I veer from what the scientific literature says is safe. So in case something does happen, I can go, no, there's a scientific journal right here that says that the numbers that we hit and documented while on your facility protect against disease, not create it, right? So when we go outside of those parameters, we have to pour it on the ground. And on that particular farm, we were under a lot of pressure and we had to pour a couple tea brews on the ground while we were navigating that conditions to the ideal result. What ended up happening was the people at that farm are like, yo, we used to brew tea. You're the tea guru. I'm paying you a daily rate to come brew tea at my property. And 2 out of 4 times you poured it on the ground. Why am I paying you? And what are you doing? And in that moment, at that time, at the development of the understanding of the consumer and the market, they couldn't understand what I was describing as desirable populations and a goal. They just saw me pour shit on the ground and they paid me for the day, right? So that was the last time that we ever advocated tea brewing techniques. And that was the time period where we really radically reevaluated what our strategies were for surviving the regulated space in a living soil system. And that's why we moved away from tea and do the compost extracts. What we found is, and this is what was Dr. Lane was finding at the same time, right? So she was seeing it in her work. She was communicating it to us that had gotten pretty close to her, that there was a change happening. We saw that there was an obstacle with the regulated space, teaching people how to brew tea. And so we started making that shift from tea to compost extract. The compost extract is actually more effective if you're applying it to the soil because when you brew a compost tea, those organisms are excited. They're producing glues. They're bouncing around in water. They're soil organisms. They're trying to stick to something. So as soon as you water a compost tea that's been excited and producing glues to the soil, it sticks to the first thing it touches, which is not the root. And so you get very low penetration, you get very low inoculation. It will happen over time. But if you take biologically complete compost, you agitate it in water, and you apply it to the root zone, those organisms that are now suspended in water without producing glues will travel essentially as far as the water goes. So now you're talking about the difference in a couple millimeters into the organic matter to the entire root system. And what we also found was the conditions in the tea brew are almost never what is needed or similar to the root zone. And what people don't understand is when you're creating life in a water tank that's suitable to certain organisms in certain contexts and conditions, it might have nothing to do with what's happening in the root zone. And so you're growing life that's contextually appropriate to the environment in that tank, and then you're transplanting it into the root zone. The needs of the root zone might be considerably different than the brew tank. So what we found is the compost extract that's unstimulated, you're just dislodging potential, inoculating the root zone, and then the plant will accelerate and excite what it needs. So it's actually a far better strategy from every level. It's less volatility, less likely of creating disease, less likely of continually growing organisms that are happy in a water tank. And then you get deeper inoculation, you get faster inoculation, and you get more balanced and appropriate inoculation, because now we're doing what we're saying we're supposed to be doing, is putting the plant in control.
Plus, it's easier. It's like win-win-win.
And what's crazy is I got to that point by getting good at doing tea brews. And like I showed in that first example, there ain't no soil food web organisms in bad compost. So I had to take bad compost A, I had to take bad compost B because they had different characteristics. I had to bubble some hay to get some protozoa. I had to go get some fungi. I had to do these crazy concoctions to get a soil food web in a soil system at that time. If all you, and you can't teach that, it's not scalable, it's not practical. And so the market had to evolve to support the establishment of the soil food web systems in the commercial space. And I take a lot of pride in that my wife and I really led that charge, in the most humble way possible. My wife and I were the first humans to really extensively monitor the soil populations in the soil and apply them to the commercial space and come up with commercial strategies for living soil techniques at scale. And we've gotten very good at that, and I'm very proud of that.
Yeah, it should be.
We're now starting to see that translate. We're starting to see other people talk about what we've been talking about. You're starting to see people move to the extracts. Begrudgingly, a lot of people don't want to move away from their teas. They're very attached to them. But if they understood that, improper compost tea recipes, strategies, and brewer tanks are the catastrophic crop loss champion of the world, they might change. But again, we're in that mindset of problems happen, mold happens, catastrophic crop loss happens. Like, no, it doesn't. It should.
It shouldn't, right? Yeah, and it is a mindset too of that, like continuing to spray, or I'm stuck in that right now, like a continued treatment, and just this discussion's got my brain working and thinking, like you showed those charts of the different, spider mite and mold and different things, and it's like, man, I got a pretty good idea. My soil's probably right in line with some of those, like it's
So don't tell me what they are and send them to me, and I'll try and
yeah.
guess. I'll try and guess.
All right. Yeah, I do. I did pull a couple, so I will send them out. I appreciate that too. That'll be interesting to, just because I'm, without a microscope, like you say, without the techniques and without all that, you're kind of just stabbing in the dark at all this a little bit. So it's like,
You're not only stabbing in the dark, you're following a paradigm that's inherently flawed. Like I said, the example I used of the russet mite was an organic influencer that was producing content on how to grow living soil. And so when people follow those techniques, they get the same results.
yep.
And so we're battling incomplete advice, we're battling incorrect advice, we're battling a new and emerging understanding of the true dynamics of these systems. And we got to somehow turn that into a system. And that's what we've tried to do. Like, how can we minimize volatility to such a degree that you don't need to use a microscope? You just need to avoid certain techniques, certain products and processes, and inoculate with a decent compost, and you'll get pretty damn good. You know, like you don't, as a home grower, you don't need to do a tremendous amount of sampling with us. I think it's valuable, you know, but you know, doing $150 samples is not most people's budget. So we've worked backwards, right? So people do pay us for that. We've done a horrendous amount of that microscope analysis, and what we've learned is, you know, there's a few basic problems. If you avoid those problems, keep it simple, um, you know, and you can have pretty good results. And then again, the gnats. One of my favorite things is taking yellow sticky cards. I like the little 3x5 ones, not the ones you get from the hydro store. It's like 12 bucks for 3 stupid ones. Go on Amazon, get them from Olson Products. They sell on Amazon. They're 3x5 cards. They're two-sided. I think the two-sided is valuable because you get more life out of it. It has a little piece of parchment paper on it you can peel off. If you get the little card holders that you get for like flowers, or you can even use a picnic fork, and you set the card in the picnic fork or the card holder from the flower store, and you push that into your soil and leave it 2, 3, 4 inches above the soil surface. And I like to put one in every 4x4. In the commercial space, I orientate them so that when you're walking down the aisles and you look to the right or left, they're facing you. You can quickly walk through your building and look. If you put a yellow sticky card in every 4x4, or if you only have one 4x4, put a couple of them in the one 4x4. You can learn a lot about where the pockets of dysfunction are based on the gnat population. Like I said, 1 to 2 is normal, but like in an entire grow, like in the last real stuff I put on Instagram, I had one yellow sticky card from start to finish, and it had like 6 gnats on it. So for an entire life cycle, I had 6 gnats stuck to a yellow card. Now, if you've got like just peppered on that, you're not in the right hallway. And so we need to get more aerobic. We need to either make a correction to watering, we need to reduce the thickness of the mulch layer, we need to stop doing whatever's turning the soil anaerobic, and then you'll see the gnat populations go down. As we see the gnat populations go down, we see the test results move towards more desirable. And so you don't have to have a microscope, you don't have to do the sampling, but one thing you can look at is the gnat population. If there's high gnat populations, you're at least in that facultative zone moving towards anaerobic, and you need to go that way. And so that's kind of like the easy, low budget, low tech. Get some of them yellow sticky cards. In a large facility that has lots of soil and lots of beds, you'll see very clear pockets that are messed up. And so, you know, if you go to a facility that's got, you know, 14, 40-foot long beds in a room, or in a greenhouse space, and you put a little yellow card in every single one, you know, you'll see blocks where it's a problem. It'll be back by the wet wall. First 3 4x4s in on by the wet wall will be full of gnats. You know, the center 2 up by the door might be full of gnats, or this side of the greenhouse is in the shade full of gnats. And you can start to really dial down, you know, with your eyeballs, where are the problems happening.
So if I'm not seeing any gnats, is that an indicator that I'm kind of getting in a better range then? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, it at least shows there's minimal levels of anaerobic decomposition happening on the soil surface. Because the one thing that I really learned from Dr. Elaine that's the most valuable is that everything in nature is very specialized, and everything in nature operates within certain parameters and doesn't really go much outside of that. You know, so you know, LeBron James is a phenomenal basketball player. Might not be a great tennis player. He's so athletic, he'd probably do good at all of them, but you get the point. Like, you know, basketball players suited to basketball, wrestlers suited to wrestling. And nature's kind of like that. And so if we understand the targeted pest, so in this particular example would be a gnat, we know that gnats larvae, which is their baby, feed on anaerobic bacteria in the soil or mulch layer. So if you're seeing an abundance of gnats, that means they're in a region that is suitable for the reproduction cycle of their life. And so we can work backwards and say, okay, well, I don't have a microscope, but I've got a horrendous gnat problem. Well, that means there's a horrendous amount of anaerobic bacteria, which is the food source for larvae. If you do a soil sample that has a tremendous amount of gnats, you'll see these weird little larva things inching across the screen, and that's the baby of the gnat. And so you'll see the gnats, and you'll see these larvae, and it's all really correlated. You know, we need to educate ourselves on the specifics of the problem in question. You know.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Well, I know earlier when we talked, you said you weren't going to go the full gauntlet, and here we sit at the about the end of this thing. So.
The first hour went really fast, and then I just looked up and I was like, 12:45. Holy shit!
Yeah, I got I've just been in the conversation with you, and I got pages of notes I've been taking. So I would hope everybody in the audience got plenty too.
Anybody watching this late at night?
Yeah, man, I haven't been paying too much attention to chat, but there's 50 some in there right now. So
that's a lot for 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we do. Eagle's on most every night, so I mean, there's a crowd that's kind of used to that, and yeah, it's the community, you know. They get to hang out with their buds every night. So
like I said, you guys are on it, man. You guys are doing good discussion. You're getting people to have something to say on. You're clearly not swayed by brands or products, or else you wouldn't have me on. So you're real. The people that pay for podcasts would, under no circumstances, allow me to go on the mainstream podcasts. If you haven't noticed, but I only really get invited on Future Cannabis Project. But he's seen my work in person, and he knows what I'm about, and he believes in me. So that's why he puts me on. But I had to start my own podcast because nobody else.
No, we can do another one. I mean, I know you got a ton more to say, and it's like you say, it's hard to get it all squeezed in. But I definitely think you laid a plenty of groundwork to kind of give people some things to think about in their processes. You know,
at least to upset them a little bit. I think what would be cool is after I get your soil samples, I'll do the analysis. We don't necessarily need to share that on the internet, but like once I get that information, then you and I should circle back, and then we should just. I think it personally. What's needed most is people talking honestly about the obstacles that they've had, right? Because everybody runs into the same problems, and it's mostly because you're either getting filtered information, you're getting paid for information, so a product is paying an influencer to tell you some shit. Or there's farms that we've worked with that deliberately set traps so that they can earn the respect of the organic community, which demands free information. They don't value you if you don't give out free information. And like I said, I'm not good at producing content. So, I mean, people know who I am, but you'd be surprised like how low people value what I'm contributing because I'm not out there putting out content for free every week. And it's just because I'm not a good content producer. I'm a great workshop guy, great in person. I'm not a good YouTuber. But it's just not my thing. But the market demands it, and so there's several farms that we've worked with that are influencers in the organic community that feel obligated to produce content and contribute and give free stuff to the community that demands it, because that's how they define quality, is how much free stuff you give them. But they don't want to give away their market advantage, so they give you either half of it, or there's one farm that deliberately misdirects people. And I mean, I probably wouldn't do that, but people forget how cutthroat it is out there to survive. And so I don't fault any organic farm that's trying to maintain a market advantage. But what you guys on the other side of the screen have to understand is that even that the people that you believe in, that you think are giving you good information, are either omitting the problems that they've experienced. They're admitting that they're using systemic fungicides and pesticides. They're being paid by a brand to tell you some type of thing. Or in certain instances, they're deliberately misleading you so that you can get kind of in the direction, but they send you off on another trail so they can continue moving forward. And so if I come out and I share what I've found, it kind of outs all those people. And that's not like I want accountability and reality and help, but I'm not, we already saw what happened when I said neem was bad. And it's not worth it. Like it's not, it's not worth the aggravation to me to constantly subdue the internet influencers that want to get up and try to bash me. It's not, I do a tremendous amount of benefit to the farms that reach out and contact us. People that reach out and contact me, I'll help them. I did a tremendous amount of free consulting through the DM for people that reach out. And so I do communicate, but I prefer to do it not necessarily in the public space because it is so problematic. And but like I said, the collective consciousness is changing. The true understanding of these systems is evolving. More and more people are going through these classes. Like I said, there was 12 of us in 2014. I think they're doing several hundred people a year through the courses. Not all those people going that far, but I mean, that's way more than 12.
Yeah, you take the course and you basically have an understanding, but you're still, it sounded like a lot of work after the course to get to where you need to be, really, to be.
Well, to where I wanted to be. Keep in mind, my cousin just won second place in the NASCAR Cup Series. Like I'm going for different goals than most people. And so if you just go through the coursework, um, you'll have tremendous realizations of what has happened in the past. That's the funniest feedback. People go through the classes and they're like, oh, when that happened, it was this. And when this happened, it was that. And so just that's valuable. I will say it isn't, I think it's unfortunate that there's not a breakdown of Elaine's classes now. I think that's the biggest disservice that the new business partners have done to the entire movement. I understand why they do it from a business standpoint. And as someone that believes in the tech, I don't think the cost is unreasonable. But there needs to be a gap between bad internet advice and $5,000 in classes. So that's why Sarah put out the compost because it was needed. But that like that's not our strong suit. Like it's a lot of anxiety to put some of that stuff together for us, and we're not that great at it. It's not that we don't want to do it. It's just not what we're best at. But it's clear that that's it just has to happen, and there needs to be a gap. I was always relying on Dr. Lane for doing that, but there needs to be a microscope class availability. There needs to be a compost class availability. You need to be able to take bites off this stuff so you don't have to jump all in on $5,000. Because like I said, most people think they're doing soil food web. So why would I spend $5,000 to have this old woman tell me
Right.
I already do so? Because you're not. You don't and you're not. And it's not, I'm not being a dick, it's just math. Like it's actual math. From a mathematical standpoint, you're not doing it. And so it's hard for people to go over that I think if their organization had smaller bites like they used to in the old organization, people could take just this foundation course for $1,500, but I also don't I also don't think it's bad that they're legitimizing it more. It's more of a career strategy. But again, the gap for the everyday guy is getting bigger, which is not part of sustainability. That's why KNF is so popular because it bridges to the common man. And where I become really stuck is, we have a lot of non-disclosure agreements and things like that with our clients. If I'm willing to put my life works into your farm, don't share it on the internet so that my life work is taken away because you shared it, right? And so I have exceptionally high respect for people's contribution to the market. And I believe in what Dr. Elaine is doing, and I want people to take those courses. And so kind of my obstacle is if I come out with a microscope class, how does that infringe on my respect for her intellectual property and what she's offering in the market. Like it's not my microscope technique. And so if I make a microscope technique, I feel that is a direct violation of the agreement that I made with her, that I wouldn't sell her intellectual property, because she does more teaching than consulting nowadays. So her livelihood is the teaching. I'm not trying to come in between that, because it's a dangerous ground. And so unfortunately, the person that's pained by that is the average guy. But like I said, like, I don't want my clients sharing what we taught them on social media that takes away from my livelihood, and takes away from their market advantage. And it gets really sticky. And a lot of the everyday people don't want to hear that. Definitely the K&F crowd isn't cool with that concept. But they don't understand how markets work. We can be as regenerative as we want. You can't ignore that we live in a capitalistic environment, and there's certain things that you need to do to survive that environment, especially as an organic farm in the infancy of regulation. And so I'm an advocate of farms maintaining an economic advantage in their markets so they can survive. If I can help a living soil farm get an economic advantage to survive in their market against uh, hydroponic people, that's a move towards sustainability. They need to survive to have an impact on the market. If you're going out of business, or you're diluting your value in the market, that hurts the survivability of those farms. And so it does get really sticky. And that's why, like I said, I kind of stay back. I do the in-person workshops. Those aren't happening now through coronavirus and stuff. And I'm just, honestly, I'm just being, forthright and honest in that it's a conflicted space. People then say, well, I have my own intellectual property, share that. And I do that. But like I said, I'm not a good content producer. And up until this point, most people would just disregard what I say anyways. And so what's the point of going through all this effort to produce content to have the market disregard what you say and say it's not
It's that can basically put a bullseye on your back too for anybody wanting to take shots, because all the information you're sharing is, yeah, I mean, in a lot of cases could be directly competitive information to what brands are putting out. You know what I'm saying? Like it's,
And
yeah,
literally every year, an internet influencer puts a bullseye on my back. There was Clackamas Tooth once year, is that Clown Jay Prince speaker last year. It's just each one of them takes a turn being paid to antagonize the movement that we're trying to create. And it's just not worth it to me. It's not worth the headache and the antagonism, because I'm about moving things forward. And if I project something to the general population and I get a tremendous amount of blowback, it shouldn't deter me, but I'll be honest in that it does. Because what's the point? What's the point of putting myself out there if most of the people are going to discount it, disregard it, or people get really emotionally attached to teas and they definitely lash out at you? It's just like
yeah.
people that we work one on one, they don't. There's no there's no convincing them. They see it, right? Like,
I think there's enough people that actually want to know too, and like you say, they see it and they'll see the difference, and it's that Pareto distribution of the 80-20. It's like it's just always there. It's funny.
and I'm not trying to be all pity party, like, oh, whatever. I'm just trying to be honest of why this stuff isn't out there. Like when I first got into this in 2014, if you Google Dr. Lane's name, there would be websites that would pop up that was just like bashing him. And those people still go. That stuff's kind of minimized a little bit. I'm not sure exactly why. Like I think Google SEO is changing a little bit, or maybe people are backing down. But there is an astronomical amount of resources spent each year suppressing the information and movement that Dr. Lane was putting forward. And that's why I drove through it head first, because I saw when we did workshops, she had to stay perfectly within the lines. When she's the only one, she can't call somebody a clown. So I call people clowns. But I'm not saying that's necessarily the right strategy, but I did see an opportunity where my ability to speak my mind could benefit the world. And for those first few years, I said the things that needed to be said, and that nobody was willing to say. nobody else that had gone through the soil food web was willing to speak about the realities of the market that we exist in. And, me just being naive, just like would tell it like it is in the workshops, not realizing the repercussions of that type of strategy. I don't regret none of it, but I probably could have taken a path that had less bumps and bruises. And I think we're past that now. I don't think it's really necessary to call shit out anymore. People, like you said, the tipping point has happened. The market is more educated, and as the climate becomes more in crisis, anything that's not real isn't going to make it. You know.
I just heard today or earlier yesterday or something on another podcast. There was a lady talking about. You mentioned how the propaganda against it kind of diminished, and she was talking about how Monsanto's actually kind of started releasing articles that were saying, yeah, we found this nitrogen fixing biology, and it's their next gimmick is like, GMOing this biology to have some super nitrogen but fixer or whatever. And but it's just funny that that propaganda is shifting because in light of the new product that they're going to want to release, right, to the ag world or whatever it is, it's like now they're shifting over to that opposite side, take advantage of both sides. So,
Yeah, man. And I don't necessarily subscribe to the concept that all you need is biology, but there's a range between what Elaine is talking about of being addicted to products and freeing yourself from that. And that's as real as it can come. And so, most people jump to the Monsantos, but like the distributors of organic products are actually the biggest suppressors of this because if people really become empowered to quantify these living soil concepts, the people that sell you organic products can't bullshit you anymore. And so there was a tremendous effort from various organic product suppliers, I guess you could say, or manufacturers or influencers or whatever, to kind of keep that information suppressed because then the farmer is constantly addicted to the new organic type product, constantly searching and constantly paying. And so we're in this weird transition of paradigms of this old capitalistic model where profits is most important and growth infinite is the goal. And so even if somebody is in the sustainable regenerative market, most of those people still just maintain a capitalistic mindset of infinite growth, keeping profits, and disempowerment actually, because empowerment pulls them out of the authority figure, and that's the biggest fear. So if the people that are currently leading the market are required to be accountable, and it puts you as a farmer empowered to make your own judgment of what they're saying, you now become the authority. And that is the most radical thing that you can do. And that's why I jumped in so hard with this and why I went all in. Literally, my whole life, my wife, our whole life is invested in this because I don't need anybody to tell me shit. If somebody says this product is good for biology, I test it out. Did biology go up? Biology go down? I don't need any authorities. I'm my own authority. And, I still rely on a lab for chemistry tests. I still rely on an outside lab for nutrient analysis. But for the concepts of anything that anybody tries to tell me, I can quantify for myself at my own farm with my own eyes. And once I figured that out, there was no turning back. And so, the only way that this kind of establishment can continue to maintain their control over the market during this time period is to slightly misinform you on biological concepts, which they're doing very well. And
yeah.
so if they set the target towards the wrong fungi, you're doing soil food web, but still need their fungicide. And I'll say it again, if you're in living soil, you should not have any visible specks of powdery mildew, really ever. And if you are, then there's a dysfunction in those organisms that needs to be corrected. And when you correct them, the mold always goes away. And I know that that can be offensive and hurtful to people that have battled mold, because I've been there too. That's how I got here. How do we not battle this shit?
Right.
And we figured it out. Powdery mildew is, as an animal, it's actually really low on the voracity scale. Like it's not, it's not like an aphid. An aphid is really hard to deal with. It's an animal that's very suitable to eating plants. Powdery mildew needs a leaf surface that has an absent or minimal fat lipid layer so that it can penetrate into the leaf surfaces. And so that's why when you start to get those real thick, shiny leaves, whether in hydro, cocoa, or living soil, you minimize powdery mildew pressure through nutrition and health. Well, it's just a simple function of logistics. That organism can't penetrate those cells like John Kemp talks about. And so in hydroponics, I saw people do it, get thick, waxy leaves that resisted powdery mildew. Um, but then in living soil, it's far easier to get. You don't even need the real thick, waxy leaf. You just need hospitable biological populations in the soil to not create the conditions for above ground mold.
Makes sense, man. Well, Scott, do you get any shout out or sign? Do you want people to reach out at any place? I know.
Yeah, our website, I guess I'll write it down. My handwriting's horrible. It's cressivesoil.org, which is CRESCIVESOIL.org. We have some stuff through there. I pulled off social media to create a private forum. We haven't really been talking about it much because we've been just kind of really slowly build it up. And so it's starting to really take hold. It is a paid membership, but we teach people like their client. And so for the people that can't afford us as a consultant, can pay a yearly fee to be a member of our forums. And then, we meet once or twice a month through Skype. I answer pretty much any questions that you ask. If I'm able to answer them as if you're our biggest, most expensive client. And then my goal with the growers group forum is to put grow logs from smaller farmers so that we can deal with problems collectively. What we found working with all farms is that everybody is silently battling the same problems. And it's not, nobody wants to do it on Instagram. Nobody wants to hurt their brand and talk about the mold there. So I came off there and created a private forum, and you can be whoever you want on the private forum. You don't need to be famous internet farm. And we can talk about those problems so that we can make progress. And that's how I feel I can benefit the most right now. Because like I said, I'm not the best content producer, but I'm good at Skype, and I'm good at one-on-one phone calls, and I'm good at forums. So that's where I'm really kind of focusing my efforts right now. There is some information on our website about the Crescent Growers Group, so you can go click on the tab, and it'll give you some information. But essentially what you get for the yearly fee is you get a biological analysis, you get access to the forum for a calendar year, we send you some compost, and then you get access to us as if you're a consultant client relationship, which right now we charge $200 an hour for a phone call. So for essentially the cost of a 1 hour phone call, you can have pretty unlimited access to us for a whole year.
That's pretty awesome.
I think it is. A lot of people, like I said, the regenerative community, they only value things that are free. Well, to get free things, that means that somebody that sells you products is paying for this experience. And we don't think about that. And so I have an extreme value for my time because I know what we bring to the table. Like I said, 4 years ago, we were adding 30 to 40% to the best in the business. I have an extreme value for my time, but not everybody understands that translation because they haven't crossed paths with what we do to see that value, and that's fair. Um, but I feel like we're providing a tremendous deal and a tremendous resource in the Growers Group forums. And right now we've been meeting twice a month. We were meeting once a month, but we were having some scheduling issues getting everybody in. So we added a second Skype call a month so that we can catch the people that can't make the Thursday mornings. So right now we meet on Thursday mornings at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time once a month, and then we meet at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time once a month on a Thursday. And then we might add, it's kind of hard to get everybody, but we're trying our best. But usually for those, we'll do 1 to 2 hours Skype calls, really just talking about whatever people want to talk about, just like this. And really the goal with that is, we got into the commercial space so quick that we jumped right into this kind of monster of non-disclosure agreements. A lot of my first work was legitimately doing the homework for other consultants that were struggling at scale. So it'd be remarkably inappropriate for me to share what I learned on their projects, right? Because not even their farms knew I was helping them, right? So if I share any of that information, it's remarkably inappropriate. When we got into our own consulting space, that immediately came with non-disclosure agreements. And again, part of the value I provide to a farm is by giving them an economic advantage against their hydroponic competitors. So the point with the growers group is to create content that isn't under those agreements of secrecy. And so essentially trying to recreate the same things that we did with farms privately that we're not allowed to talk about with average growers that can talk about it, so we can spread the word. And I think that's really the goal with the growers group. So right now we have a few people that are doing small scale cultivation in tents or in like a 4-light room, and they're doing grow logs, and then we talk about all those problems. So we, as a group, go through the plant health problems. We go through, as a group, the struggles that they're having, and we talk about the solutions to those problems. So,
Sounds awesome, man.
yeah, yeah.
So I'm gonna actually, I'll probably let you sign out, and I'll do a little close off with the live chat there, and then yeah, man, I can't thank you enough. This has been absolutely awesome. My mind's spinning from all the info still. I've gotten way more than I planned on. I say that. So.
It's literally a whole nother universe. Once you understand that the goals are different and that the targets are different, and you start to experience that, it's literally endless. Like, we haven't even gotten to what the end of the potential is, because such basic efforts make such dramatic improvements. But I said I wouldn't do some 5-hour super sesh, but here we are. We knocked it out. Like I said, man, you and Eagle just got a real good knack for just letting it flow and letting it come out for really good discussion. And it didn't feel like I was sitting here for 5 hours. It just felt like a couple homies going down in the grow. And so I commend you and Eagle for doing what you're doing. And I would expect that you'll have some pretty good traction here pretty soon and start to really take off, because of the quality of conversation you are providing. And again, you're clearly not paid by an organization, or else you wouldn't have me on. And so I feel that you're authentic, you know, and I think you guys are gonna be great, man. So yeah, like I said, I'd love to come on again. We could do some other interesting stuff, maybe do some Q&A, or like I said, I think what would be valuable is just talking through the experiences that people have, and talking about what those root causes are, because everybody's experiencing the same problems, because everybody's following essentially the same 3 types of advice. There's basically 3 camps, and you're
Yep.
following a version of one of those 3 camps. And so we all think we're different and unique, but we really kind of fall into 3 groups of problems, depending on who you're following. And you can adjust those, and you can tune them, and you can make the adjustments that people aren't willing to make to have success. And then you can be better than the YouTube leaders, and you can be the authority. So that's enough rambling. But again, thanks for having me. Shout out to the people that are still hanging out at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time for 5-hour podcast. I commend you. That's a journey. And I look forward to being on again, and I wish everybody the best in their gardens.
Awesome, man. I appreciate it, Scott. Thanks.
Yeah, talk to you later, man.
Yeah. There's you guys are still hanging out. What, 47 of you? But I hope you got notepads full of information like I did. That was pretty mind blowing. I'm really tired and I gotta pee. So I don't know if Eagle is gonna fire up a rabbit hole for a little bit or not. I will leave that up to him. I am gonna stay up for a little bit and maybe try to jump in and smoke one with you guys if he does fire one up. So really appreciate you guys hanging out for another episode of the organic takeover, and yeah, hopefully we'll catch you in